Now we are back to our regularly scheduled program. Um, I didn't want to leave you guys that way. It seems as though my number has been leaked. However, what I would add to that is this: that there are many good things to come, and phone calls and people to meet up with. What's up, Ray? Welcome. I want to see you guys on the YouTube side also, right? If I can. Give me a second. Oh, there it was too. And then I got to mute out on this. Okay. Northern News Now. Got you linked to join you. Got the link to join you. FTP. I do have a link. What up, Cop Blocker? So this is our regularly scheduled program. I still have a bunch of stuff going on that is very. I don't know how long this one will be tonight because I got a lot of stuff bouncing around in my head, bouncing around in the toilet. You know what I'm saying? So I get good ideas. I get some bad ideas. I got some plans for the show tonight. What the are you babbling about? I mean, it could be anything. It could be something. It could be nothing. There could be someone following me, chasing me. I really don't know what's going on tonight. But you get these people and they want to make phone calls. They want to call you. They want to, I answer my phone, but people don't want to answer on the other line. I do the best I can. I manage. I have to manage. What am I babbling about? Nothing. We're waiting. See if a special guest comes back, wants to come on. See if he left a little abruptly. I hate to leave things like that. I hate to leave where someone's yelling at someone else and someone leaves, or he decides, you know what, enough's enough. He didn't maybe like the way that he thought that it was going. I sent some numbers to the 606, 605, James, 605. It's all good, James. 605. What's up, bro? So if there's anybody in here that I'm not sure who wants to come up on the panel, who wants to talk, who wants to get the conversation striked up. You never know who's going to be on the show, right? So it could be someone that triggers you. You got to have a lot of respect to be on this show, Not everybody has that ability, right? So it's not hard to be respectful, but when we make a show and then other people get butthurt about the show and they want to text and put their 2 cents in, understand this, that I really don't. I do what I do because I choose to do it. I like it. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy talking about it. I enjoy the conversation, okay? We're all about conversation. So keep in mind, you're not going to like everything you see and hear on this show. Some things, viewer discretion is advised. And if you can't stomach it, if you can't stand talking about it, this may not be the place for you. I'd like to say this is a pretty inclusive place for many people to come and voice what they have going on in their life. And it strays off into different areas of how people want to be heard. Nobody wants to be talked over. Nobody wants to be disrespected. I hope that you guys understand that going forward. People have such. If the cops didn't do and police so heavy-handed, we would be in a better position, right? So if the peasants could rise up a little bit and be even, we would definitely like where we live, and where we, yes, friends in code, see no, hear no, do no. I gotta quit playing with these batteries. I just dropped one. You know, batteries and acid and all. FTP, how are you, big guy? KW, what up? Haha, I got disrespected. Phone. I don't know what that's a picture of. Phone, something else, and a pager. You're again. Many people may not come back. Many people may not like it. Many people may have something. Yeah, order. People want this fallacy of they want what they want. Well, maybe somebody else doesn't want to talk to you about what you want. Maybe they want to talk about what they want to talk about. And we just, either you can agree to be on a panel and act your age, or it's going to end up like the city meeting. You know, order. Did you once get arrested before? Once, 35 times, 40 times, short memes, been arrested a lot. Order is an illusion. We build it up. We say, do the best you can. I don't put it on everybody to, Friends in Code doesn't, hey, you got to calm it down in my room, It's a respect thing. I don't know how he feels about it, but if you wouldn't go do it in Friends in Codes' room, you probably shouldn't be doing it over here. But with nothing further, I've wasted 10 minutes. Some have gone, some have whatever. I'll throw the link out there. We're gonna see who wanders in or comes into the room. We're gonna be on our best behavior, because I just wouldn't want anything bad to happen. I truly, I want to do some good shows. I really do. I'm not sure if that's possible, but I do. Here, let's grab the link here. V7, just let's get to it and let's link it. I know it makes no sense. Half of what I just said, nobody was probably listening, and there was only 19 in here. Last night there was like 50. And I think there's a couple other big people live right now, trying to think of who they are. I already forgot their names, so I guess I can't even. I think we should do it on pre-conference. Yeah, we should. All right, here's Friends. How are you doing there, Friends?
I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, you can hear me. Cool.
I can hear you.
I don't know. I'm doing better than other people in this world right now. Pretty sure.
Yeah, there's probably some people that are going home and they're not really liking
the free choice.
Yeah, they want to be free, and they want to get on their own conference calls, and they want an expectation.
Well, I mean, they even brought up Leon Valley in their meeting, right?
Right.
I mean, if we were sharing information proper, right? Chief Savaggio would have said, hey, by the way, we tried this POS software and it failed for us, and it would be highly recommended that you use, I don't know, anything else.
Yeah, I mean, someone coming in just saying, I don't think you should use this. Or, and just because you have my number, I don't see what you gain to prove or disprove of having your data collection at its finest. And I think that's what a lot of us are against. And so,
well, and I mean, and that's what you give up because it was free. What's up, NNL? How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I
How's
don't
it going
know.
for me?
Like I said,
Hey, Wicked Development, give me 1 second here.
people spoke up just
I
to
need to.
let them understand what was actually happening to them, right? You know, and
I
the
got
fact that
I mean,
they is amazing. I mean, every one of them wants to scream out, "Oh, they were hacked," or this, that, and the other, and unfortunately, I think that's like the 0.01% now. You know, I truly believe it's incompetence that's causing a lot of these public
I
meetings to go
mean,
awry.
be honest. If that were to actually happen to me, I just every time they wanted to communicate or text me or something, I'd be like, I really appreciate you thinking about me today. At least I know
Hmm.
somebody is.
Right. Well, and again, you know, to me, it was just the audacity of some people to think that they're shielded because they're on a phone and they can't see the other person they're talking smack to. You know, and most of them probably didn't even know because they used the call-in option, right?
You mean like a
And
texted app thing or whatever?
yeah, well, I mean, on their little app, you know, each one of these little
Yeah.
conference call
Yeah, they
systems
didn't
got their
know
own little silly app.
because they were sitting at home and they just got the number and the login code, and they don't have it
Yeah.
set up like someone does. What was
Well,
that?
just anybody with a computer, even like the people that were sitting there with their cameras on, right?
Did I miss
I mean,
something?
I don't know. I heard some quack or something, but you know, I mean, to me, it was one of these things. It's just you have the technological advancement um, to put some of these things to put things in place and try to have an orderly meeting. But you know, hey, whatever.
I
Hmm.
don't think that they're going to be able to put orderly until they realize the things that they're talking about is mumbo jumbo, handing away money, worrying about a dog when think about, and I don't know who it was that said George Floyd deserved it. He was on what was it?
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl was what she said. That is really disturbing when I hear that come out of people's mouth, and I'm hearing it more and more and more and more. I think you're
You know,
dehumanizing it, and I think that that's somebody with a problem, that a drug problem. Do we throw away people with problems? Because if that's the case, I got to get in line too. Okay, I can't stay
well,
here with you guys.
I mean, again, that is the general.
Friends in
I mean,
code. Can you work?
no, I can't.
And
You know,
what I would say to you is, because you can't maybe hold down a job, should we get rid of friends in code?
of course, right?
No,
I'm
no.
breathing your air and eating your food, man.
Yeah, is that it? Do you guys get the big picture here? What they're trying to do? If we do not get involved and get involved when we see people go live, and we have this great opportunity to open our minds. But you know what's funny is they don't want to open theirs. And this is
Well,
where you need to be chucked out of office.
you know, there's a neat little place right down the road that those people mentioned, San Leon, right? And not San Leon, but Leon Valley, excuse me. But Leon Valley, you know, refused, and still to this day refuses to listen to its citizenry, right? And its fellow citizenry, right? So much so, one man got in his damn truck and drove the fuck up there, right? And sat in it because they refused his voice, right? And the thought process of, you know, just because they're not a citizen or a, you know, citizen of their little city doesn't mean that they don't get to, you know, a resident of their city, they don't get to speak. Well, last time I looked, we were a resident of our nation.
Our country.
Right?
And they
Wait,
Yeah.
that happened to me. I had a guy pull up with his truck. Are you talking about my video?
Probably. I don't know.
Was it up at a police station?
So I've had it happen. I've seen it happen more times than I'd like to talk about, truthfully, Northern.
Yeah. 'Cause
And,
I
you
had
know,
somebody pull up to me.
well, what kills me is these people that just love to say, get out, right? Just get
right,
out,
Yeah.
get out of our meeting.
you know?
Mhm.
And it's like, now, wait a minute. Right? You know, one of the guys that brought something to light was, hey, let's talk about this. Right? And then, you know, the only time they could chime in was to, you know, degrade and belittle and everything like that. And then they were the very first ones to say that we, you know, that everybody else on that phone call was doing it to them. Right? And, you know, the thing that kills me about it is that it was conversation. You know, there was no violence, there was no yelling. I mean, it got stupid because of that. You know, that they wanted to sling mud.
They want to sling mud against
then,
us and claim things against us that are not true. Nothing happened. We stayed silent for most of that hearing.
yeah.
And
I
when
mean,
they start slinging mud, well, now we're going to defend ourselves because we're not going to take this anymore.
well, it's not our job. Again, it's to sit there and document the downfall of humanity. That's it. Right? They don't want to listen to anybody that wants to actually have a conversation. So, hey, I'll be right back.
Okay. That says Pike Peak says, fire that Rhonda.
I see that.
I second that. Wicked development. You know, I heard through the grapevine, and that was a very good talk. The mic went a little silent, but you know, the cause is alive and well, and that makes me happy.
The cause, we have plenty of causes. The problem is we need to start working with the solutions. We address the cause, we're still going to stay at where it's broke. We need to get beyond the cause and start working with the solution.
Do you think that throwing them out is the solution?
I think that being bold-faced honest with them. This is our perspective. You work for us, and for them, in order to sit there and get hammered with such a message, but also to have positive feedback in what they can do. A tax that's too much, a problem downtown, a restriction on your restaurant, or a restriction on businesses in town. Those all need to be addressed, checked, and dropped. Because these towns, they want to sit there and initiate these micromanagement things. They don't have the authorization. The governor doesn't even have the authorization in order to narrow your rights. It's a fundamental function of government. You understand that the feds can narrow your rights. Only the states can broaden them. Example, if you only can have, 2 rounds in a shotgun when you're going to hunt, well, in Colorado, we got rattlesnakes, so you're allowed to have 8. Whatever the story might be. But the states can expand it, the feds can narrow it. But the thing of it is, that's how come we can smoke weed in Colorado, because, again, the states can expand your rights. But these cities, they think that they're putting restrictions. They don't even have the authority to. I don't even think they have the basic understanding of the construction. The legislation,
so are you saying like they're...
Well, the legislation that was overturned in less than 24 hours after C.J. Grissom's arrest, okay, there was 4 other cities that dropped their similar is the way it was reported. They were identical statutes. Okay. But they had dropped cities that dropped their similar.
Who's got the feedback?
Hey, I got the background muted.
Alrighty.
Okay,
They actually had rubber stamped that through a political affiliation, passed it on. Oh, this is good for their own political purposes. When we look at Leon Valley, we're looking at the government as a whole, but it's micronized. It has its own little mafia, its own little thing, its own little trick with the tow truck services in town, its own little trick with stoplight cameras that they're cleaning up on. And being a member of the city council, you can direct some pretty heavy money going left or right. So it's just a matter of opening these doors, not closing them. And I think that we've got the wrong approach in some manner for that. We need to walk in friendly as hell with a compliance check instead of an audit. A compliance check, that's something they're familiar with. They know, compliance. That's obvious that you can sit there and check them in compliance. And it wouldn't be a right that they would argue about when you call it that. I had two officers standing at attention while I inspected their uniform, 1/8 inch above their pocket for their name tag, stuff like that. It was quite hilarious. But they understood what a compliance check was. Did I turn things down too much?
No. I had to actually just mute my mic.
Okay. But
So
I mean, the idea of making golf carts for local travel, that'd be great. I mean, take a look at all the economists that would get behind that too. People like Cut the Plastic, would be 100% behind that.
I think they're coming from a place of money and stuff. And honestly, the golf carts thing, I thought that was so off subject. They could have
somebody's
done
got that background.
I probably do. Let me get my headphones on.
Okay.
I got to dig it out, though. That's the problem. Here we go.
So Wicked. I question to you then. Why not the audits? Why not be able to see it actually in change?
Because we're the ones that initiated. That's what's broken here.
But where's the follow-up?
Well, let me explain. Do you remember the chart in school where it shows the Constitution, then it shows the president, then it shows the three branches of government?
Mm-hmm.
We've been looking at that same chart, but can you tell me what's missing on that chart?
The people.
Exactly, and that goes above the Constitution.
And it says right there in the Constitution, the very first sentence says, "We the people."
Exactly, and that is moved to the first position. And then there's the Constitution, and then there is the president, then the three branches of government.
Did you know that a couple of years ago they tried to eliminate that sentence?
Yeah, that's true. I understand that. And it was, I can't remember his name now. It was a senator from Texas, Cruz.
Mm-hmm. Wanted to get rid of it.
Cruz. No, Senator Cruz didn't want to get rid of it. He was involved in something else I wanted to relate to it. Senator Cruz, they were trying to get rid of the First Amendment. And Senator Cruz sat there and redrafted the First Amendment, but he did it exactly word for word. He didn't change a thing, and submitted it again, and it actually passed. They couldn't. Senator Cruz was the one that actually submitted the original wording, and they couldn't overturn it. And that's what actually got me interested in what's going on in the House and Senate. And then when I realized, wait a minute, back in the day when all this was set up originally, All right. The only thing we had was a house. So back in the day, if you had a problem with the farmer next door, the rancher next door, you would file a petition to the house. And then they created a administration in order to take care of that. Let's say the FCC, the FAA. Those are administrations of the House, but the House is the only one that carries what? The power to impeach. So when they did that and they created these agencies, the judicial in our minds got moved over further to the left. The fact that it would be isolated. No, the House is the first piece of the judicial branch because it's the only place that has the power to impeach. And when I realized that, that's when I started looking into a lot of this, and that's why I was trying to push the remonstrance for so long. It actually made a lot of sense. Because if we can't actually execute this at any of the appeal courts, which is the Supreme Court in the state, and then the Supreme Court, and blah, 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 et cetera, so forth, these are all appeal courts, and they actually have no authority to act. Okay, because the state has to give up that consent the same way that you would have to give up consent into the court. So it got me thinking, well, where does the plug in the wall go? It goes back to the House. That's why I think that remonstrance would be such a powerful thing. I mean, I almost fell to tears when I found out what happened to Liberty Freak at the Senate, okay, or the House of Representatives, when he went around trying to serve and the runaround he got there, because we should be able to sit there and make a phone call and present it to them and actually get their sponsorship all at one time. We shouldn't have to track them down that way. And there's a presentation barrier doing it. You can trap these people in front of others and get them to do whatever you want. I've been in that game a few times. But I think that just simply bald face going up to them, showing them Eric Brandt's case, showing the perjury, showing the public record, and handing that, okay, not to a judge, but a member of the House, a 3-member committee has to be formed within 72 hours and then make a decision on it. And it has to be narrow. And then it also omits anybody that's a member of the bar because it's directed at a member of the bar. So you can't be a lawyer and sit on this committee, meaning that you also have the political advantage of anybody that's not a lawyer sitting in the House of Representatives is going to be in your favor already, using their own best words against them. But I mean, these strategies, I've been trying to hope and get that out there. But these guys are rocking. These guys are doing things, and I don't know the details well enough in order to write anything for them. So, but it is exciting. Eric Brandt has got a position legally that if he takes the events and he doesn't allow them in order to is it illegal to load a gun? Is it illegal to close a chamber? Is it illegal in order to put it in your pocket? Is it, see what I'm saying? They micronize each act that they do, justifying murder on their side. Well, you take all these acts, you put them together, it's murder. And that's what they have done to his case. They've got him divided, but they also joined it at one point, and he shouldn't be running around with 3 monitors. That would be absurd. It is absurd. That's the only opposition is the state prosecutor. So he can't have 3 monitors. It isn't state prosecutor number 1, state prosecutor number 2, and state prosecutor number 3. It is the state prosecutor. So why is he wearing 3 monitors? Okay, there's a lot of bullet holes we got in order to jump through that are completely arbitrary, that was suggested by the prosecution. It shows selective prosecution, obstruction of official process by banning him from the courthouse. That's obstruction of official process. When they arrested him in the courtroom, that was a direct violation of 18 U.S.C. 1512. And then I sit there, I call up the Supreme Court concerning 0101. And I start following this, and I try to find out what's going on about that. Guess what? We don't have the state police authority in Colorado. There is no such thing.
So you shouldn't be having a state police then.
Well, we don't have the state police. We have a hybrid of a state police and a BLM agent working as a state official. So they've crossed the state police with a forest ranger. Which,
so you technically do, but you don't.
Right. And when they did that, they no longer had the state police. Now, in Illinois, if a federal judge handed a warrant out, he'd hand it to a federal marshal or the federal police. You see what I'm saying? If a state judge hands out a warrant, then he hands that to the state police. That would be the state Secretary of State. You see what I'm saying? Is in charge of all that traffic. And that goes directly to the state police and then is shuffled down from there. Now, if a county judge issues an order, that's given to who? A sheriff. All right, so that's your chain of command. So you have the sheriff. If you have a problem with the city police officer, you can actually call up the sheriff and have the sheriff use his jurisdiction in order to stop the city police officer. You can do the same thing with the sheriff in order to call up the state police. But there is no state police. So what they did, and the other disconnected, I found it, was the CBI, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Now, in normal practice, you have a marked crime that it would be a capital crime, or however you want to pass this threshold of a crime, you'd be calling the FBI, and they accept complaints from anybody. You can call them up right now and complain about your neighbor. You think he's building bombs, whatever the story is. But in the CBI, you can't do that. The only thing that they can accept is a report from an agency, meaning the sheriff, because there is nothing above the sheriff in the state of Illinois or Colorado. So even if the sheriff is to be arrested for removing him from the courtroom, there's no authority to arrest the sheriff. Isn't that interesting? So that's kind of where my research fell off on that, and it realized that I could not execute anything through the judicial process because there was no connection for a judge's order, such as 0404, in order to be executed and verified. It was, I checked the last time I was down at the courthouse, and they're still using the wrong forms. And this is far away from Denver. And I'm trying to figure out, if you deny somebody a public defender, who is that benefiting? How could that possibly benefit anybody? It doesn't benefit the new lawyer that's depending on, you know, getting some public defender jobs from the pool. Okay. It doesn't benefit the public defender's office because now they don't have a case in order to sit there and get paid for. Wait, what happens if they ran out of money and they were making so many frivolous arrests that they overran the public defender's office? Oh, well, I don't like you. You're under arrest. Well, you look black to me. You look under arrest. Whatever the story might be, they're creating so many violations that they can no longer keep up with it. Now you have a motivation in order to give them the wrong form and turn them down. And here's another oxymoron. When you go to the public defender's office, and this happened to me, it happened to me and Eric Brandt. Aren't these the people that are supposed to be defending you against First Amendment violation? And aren't they supposed to know what that is? But the secretary doesn't. And the secretary is the one that is sitting there making decisions on whether or not you're going to get a lawyer or not. The secretary. Not somebody who has 4 years education, and not somebody that did not read the 24 pages of the requirements to get a job, to get a public defender or not. So you have a disconnect there. So then I follow up, and it was a deer in headlights. I feel so sorry for her. I went and talked to the judicial administrator here in Larimer County. And I sit there and I say, well, you're the one that's in charge of everyone's paycheck for the public defender's office. She says, no, I'm not. Actually, that's the first thing that is her duty, is in order to sit there and verify all the public defender and their hours, and to verify that every week and issue the check under her authority, under 404, which is exactly the reason why I was stopping by, because it includes their paycheck schedule for 40404. So how is it that these college-educated people are continuing to put in for a paycheck on something that they haven't qualified in order to do because they didn't put in the right paperwork? Would you like to know how I wound up even getting Eric Brandt ever getting my attention? I was actually trying to do this network thing and do a little bit of, active work on the side. And here was this guy in a Pikachu suit with a sign in Denver. And it was, characters you might meet in the community. And that turned into the deepest hole I've ever dug into, because he has one of the best retaliation cases I've ever seen. The question I have is, has he given notice to the Colorado Supreme Court head judge? I think her name was Karen. Oops. Anyway, I think it was. It was either that or Susan, maybe.
Karen.
But, yeah.
Karen.
Yeah. So
Or
we got to be careful with that. I mean, how about idiot? How about if we just stick with idiot instead of saying Karen? I know a couple of Karens. Now, mind you, they were Karens, but that's beside the point. Their name didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I think it does. I honestly think it does. Anybody that's given the name Karen, just look out.
Yeah. No, unfortunate. That's possible.
Because I know one Karen, and she's a Karen.
Oh, yeah. No, I've known several. Okay. Or even a Carol. Carols can be just as bad as a Karen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But you know what the worst is?
Carolyn,
I'll give you
yeah,
one.
they're all
Everybody
bad.
has one in their life. That's a Shannon. You have been Shannicized. You have been Shannon.
I don't.
Let me put it this way. I worked for a body shop, and we had this guy. He just got the trike out of the shop. It wasn't an hour and a half out of the shop. Polished, beautiful. Brought it over in order to show it to the owner. Shannon gets on it, and believe it or not, she dumped a trike. She's been a biker bee forever.
How do you dump a trike?
Well, what you do is you whiskey throttle it into a very large rock. She knocked the entire oil pan out of it.
Okay.
And mind you, she was also the only person that I know of. At the age of 16, she was a demolition driver for Route 66. She has that in her history. Her and her mother. It was a mother and daughter team. But she's just that crazy. Okay, we all have them. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make, though, is they've basically been doing the job so long, and they pass it to the next person. They forget half of it because, oh, well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Then the paperwork has reflected that. And we don't know if we're going to court over legitimate charges or not. Something that I've recently found out, and whether you would agree with me or not, I don't know. But I suddenly realized that any of these traffic tickets that have these boxes on them are not even charges. And the only thing they're doing is throwing that into the clerk's office. And then you're supposed to, answer to that somehow. Oh, you're doing, 70 in a 40 mile an hour zone or whatever. Well, here's the problem with that. And it's a rather large one. That's not how you file a charge at the clerk's office. It requires an affidavit that describes who, what, where, how, when, and why. So when they sit there and gave me a ticket while it was in the field, okay, and then I came to court and no, it's not a misdemeanor anymore. We're going to up that to a felony. Really? Okay. Just before court, I went down and seen if they were filed anything additional at the clerk's office. The only thing that was there was the ticket. If you looked at the ticket, the boxed in area was affidavit that the signature of the officer was indeed her signature. It didn't attach to any other portion of the document because it was boxed, just like a notary public, it right in the box, you know. So I sit there, I go up to the court, and I tell them, hey, listen, you know, I don't have a affidavit for this. Oh, well, then we'll make a plea for you. I'm going to go ahead and enter in that you're pleading not guilty. And I says, well, Your Honor, it's very nice of you in order to feel so strongly about my case that you would recuse yourself and become my lawyer. But I think that this can be handled at a high school level. I don't have an affidavit here in order to give a plea to. Oh, well, she wanted to push me for a plea. I says, well, that's fine. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to plead trespass. Oh, well, you don't know what trespass is. Yes, ma'am. Well, you tell me how it works. Well, ma'am, I can't tell you in legalese, but I can tell you one thing. You're going to hear my complaint before you hear theirs. And she accepted the fact that we're going to get a slight delay till the next court day. The next court day comes along. The prosecutor sitting in the hall, and what I didn't tell you is just prior to the court date, prior to that, I'd been harassed by the bailiffs in the courtroom, and I asked them directly, you know, are you going to become a party to this case? So she basically sicked the bailiffs on me, okay, with some secret language or a hand signal or something like that, and she didn't want to talk to me. Well, that's obstruction. And I called them on that. So when I came back to court the next time, I caught her in the hall that was not in the courtroom and not where everyone else could see. And we had a little short talk. So basically for a felony obstruction, I got $30 in order to just not be able to have to come back anymore. It was $30, 12 hours of community service. Went in front of the judge, and the judge sat there and says, well, you know, you can sit there and pursue this. I says, I know. But I think that there needs to be a little bit of communication here, a little bit of give and take. And frankly, as long as there's this kind of cooperation, I'll deal with that for $30, Your Honor. And I was straight up with them. This is wrong. I showed her where it was wrong. When I was arrested, I quoted 1512. That's the Witness Protection Act. And they said that they didn't have to recognize that. When it got to the prosecutor, she knew what it meant. She knew I could have pursued it too. But I think that the judge was not so much impressed, but amused the fact that I had threatened in order to plea trespass. And I mean, that kind of brings me back to what, I mean, my overall purpose is out here. We have basically been given a lullaby and we've gone to sleep. Our education isn't what it's supposed to be. They've introduced Common Core, even the basics. In Illinois, they sit there and tried to sit there and teach that in order to have the Second Amendment, you had to have a license. And that's what the Second Amendment actually said, is the fact that you had a license, which was completely untrue. But that's your Common Core. So we have at least 3 or 4 different grades, so an entire generation that thinks that it requires a license to own a gun. By the Constitution. That is not what's in the Constitution. And through tricks just like moving the we the people out of the chart for the government, it's not the Constitution. We the people, then the Constitution, then the president. Just like that is omitted constantly. We forget what the heck our real rights are, and we forget how to invoke them. I was real happy when I found the remonstrance because I remembered something when I was in high school. There was this part that the teacher always told us to go ahead and skip. It just said something like someone put in a petition and then something was denied, and then a remonstrance and something, and remonstrance and something, and a petition and something. And we were always skip that part of the history book. But all of a sudden I remembered, wait a minute. Those were just all the lists of remonstrances that were significant in that historical period rather than the other way around, sure. And then they sit there and took all of these and created an act. And that's how we got the acts. Oh, that's how it was built. And I only found that out in the last year. I'm 57 years old. That should be something I do remember. So we've been conditioned in order to forget what the heck we've been told. And I've been trying to go out there and show people some things that have been shut down. The internal affairs is a dead-end street. It just simply goes to the chief of police. I'll talk to him. I'll slap him on the wrist. Have a nice day. That's not the action and the accountability that we're looking for. So why do we keep going to internal affairs? And that stuff is for people that are trading in coke. You go to internal affairs so that you can get a couple of cops on your side and continue to, sell your coke, right? Internal affairs was never designed in order to sit there and actually restrict the police in any way. It actually was made in order to sit there and investigate the operations of police, and that's it. It doesn't give an actual opinion. It has no authority in order to actually issue anything other than, I don't think you should have. And as soon as they say that, it's an instant lawsuit. If they put cuffs on you, I guarantee you they will write any kind of a charge that they can come up to. Your license, your bicycle license is expired. Why? because they put you in cuffs. They have to get away from that civil liability, and that's their policy. But they won't admit to it. It's the only reason why I got a ticket. As far as the police officer is concerned, the problem was they arrested me the moment the second police officer got there. He just simply threw handcuffs on me, and that was a real mistake. I quoted 1512 at that time. You cannot arrest me. I followed everything that he said, and he said I didn't follow his direction, but the camera said otherwise. He said, step back. I took exactly one step back. I did exactly what he said. So, at any rate, it was a good lawsuit if I wanted to pursue it. But that wasn't my goal in going out there to begin with. My goal to go out there is to correct the thinking errors that these people have. And it's been a real challenge in order to do that. Any questions? Salutations, whatever.
No, I had my question.
What time are the apple fritters being served?
Apple fritters?
Yeah, he's been sitting there smoking that good stuff, man.
Yeah, I heard there was going to be apple fritters tonight.
Apple fritters.
I better come up with some, otherwise Too Tall's going to be out the door. Oh, okay. I got one apple fritter for you, Too Tall.
Does Hostess count?
If it's a Hostess apple fritter, I think Rob might indulge you
That
there.
depends on what the
I got
hostess
news
looks
for you.
like.
You know the
What
best
does the
apple
hostess
fritter
look
ever,
like?
and they ruined it? The best apple fritter ever, and they ruined it, was McDonald's. That apple that they deep fried.
That's an apple pie, not an apple fritter, Mouse.
That wasn't an apple pie either. I have no idea what it was, but there's never going to be another one again, and they ruined it. They stopped making those. Nobody makes those now.
Winchell's
love
on
that icon.
Colfax got the best apple fritters in Denver, according to my surveys.
I mean, apple fritters, not.
I mean, if you take Leroy's apple fritters and Winchell's got 16 thumbs up on their apple fritters on the reviews. Go with Winchell's.
Are they gonna pay me to eat it? Because I don't like them.
Cool. More for us.
That's like what I say, though. Stay off my tater tot hot dish, fools.
I mean, nothing like driving 10 miles to the donut shop to find out they all gone. And the man in front of you just walked out with the last 6.
And chase them down.
Motherfucker about got robbed, I tell you what. Don't ever tell me that we're at the last apple fritters. That boy's about to get took out.
That took the old man's donut in the morning. Don't do that.
You see, he teases me every time, man. He teases me every
Do
time. Look
what?
at this. Hold that bowl up there. Show everybody your bowl.
On my bowl.
Yeah, let's
isn't
see the
that
bowl.
nice? Yeah, you can fit a nice nugget in there, get a nice big hit off of that, right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
This is mine. This is my little bowl.
Hey, I got something like that.
Half the size of a pea will
Mine's a
fit in
pen, and it's oh, it's so good. It's medical.
Well, this here actually is made out of a deer antler.
If anybody knows much about me, I am a lost angler. And here's my fishing bag. This is what I call my bait bag. Compliments of Bass Pro.
Oh
I
man,
guess
my
you got-
shit froze. Hold on. Why is it freeze? Come back. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit to choose from tonight. Can you hit a different layout, Mark? There you go. Got some of that. Got some waxy wax. We got some of this.
There we go. Now I can see.
We got some of that. We got.
What about some of
more
those?
this,
What about those?
and we got some of those.
There we go.
And we've been saving this for a special moment.
Nothing like tonight, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Probably not tonight.
Yeah, I went all day. I only had a couple hits of my pen this morning before I left. And that's why I'm losing my train of thought right now, because I had a nice hit and of my pen about an hour ago. And yeah, short-term memory loss has kicked in.
And I still got a little bit of this left. If you like doing the dabbity dabs.
Never done them. Well, I mean, I guess.
That's not
I'm
a
sure
little.
it's.
That's not a little.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
that
sorry,
looks-
man. You could get half the town
I
stoned
mean-
on that. Start a smoke fire, man. Start a smoke
it's
fire. Just
taken
pour a
me-
little of that on the smoke fire, and you'd have the entire neighborhood lit.
This
Oh my
bottle
God.
was full. This bottle was full 2 years ago in the fall harvest.
That's a little.
Yeah, we're getting low. That's a
That's,
little.
that's a little.
That's
This
a little.
has to last me for the rest of the month.
This is a 16-ounce jar.
I'm
took
sorry.
20
I bought one of them damn pens that were pre-made and stuff, and
Okay.
it was like $20. I didn't even get a dime's
Excuse me,
worth.
Mouse.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
This was a 25. Took 25 pounds of weed to make this 16-ounce jar. 25 pounds went into that.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what goes in the brownies. And sometimes it goes in the pen if you really want to hurt yourself.
When are you gonna invite me over?
Now, you know where the door is. If you don't, you're asking the wrong people.
No, I still have yet to do edibles.
Edibles are good.
I heard they're good, but
James
with somebody
Jefferson.
who has, but see, I get panic attacks.
I do
But I
too.
don't get panic attacks
every
from my.
time
I don't
my
get panic
bag is
attacks
empty.
from my stuff.
Every time my
James,
bag is empty, I get a panic attack.
James Jefferson said he smoked an apple fritter about 2 minutes ago.
Oh shit! Must be nice. My favorite apple fritter shop closed up. It's 90 miles to the nearest decent apple fritter here in Kansas for me now. I gotta get the fuck out of here even sooner. And like, damn, at least there was hope for Kansas. At least you could still get a decent apple fritter.
You were talking about coming out to Colorado, weren't you? Staying
Yeah,
out
I'm
here?
still working on that.
Hey, I'm going to be coming out to Colorado myself here.
I've got the resources for the U-Haul truck. All I'm waiting for is to sign off on this property and get the fuck out. But
Well,
the housing
if you have
authority
a
and
four-wheel drive, it's
shit
considered.
mouse,
But if you
Excuse
don't
me.
have a four-wheel
Mouse.
drive, there's some good. Go ahead.
mouse. Was I speaking?
No.
I thought I was speaking and I was trying to say something, but anyway, go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
last time I checked, you were speaking, so.
Well, I mean, I was, but when somebody else talks on top of me, I try not to waste my words. But anyway, I ain't playing that talk over people with shit. I mean, we sit there and let Mouse have the floor for a while, and nobody interrupted him, and show some other that same consideration. Maybe I'd appreciate it. Maybe the audience would too.
Agreed.
I mean, nothing like listening to six people shouting and trying to talk on top of each other instead of a fucking civilized conversation.
You know what, Too Tall? Sometimes you just make perfect sense to me.
Yeah. It ain't like I got out of bed with that on my mission of things to do list, but what the fuck, at least I accomplished something today. Anyway, I was saying something and I got interrupted and lost my fucking thoughts, so proceed with whatever was important.
Who was it that interrupted you?
It was Mouse.
Well, I can tell you about some property north of here.
Well,
You need four-wheel drive in order to get in and out of there. And the difference is, I mean, if you get this house in town, it's going to be a $500,000 house. You get it where these locations and these houses are selling for. You probably pick them up for 180. But you have
I
your
ain't
own well.
spending that much. I had some good news the other day. I had an old girlfriend of about 35 years ago caught up with me. She sent me on YouTube and like, fuck, is that Too Tall? Bingity bang, we done hooked up a little bit. She lives in Aurora. I mean, Fort Collins, actually. Yeah, Fort Collins. You're like, holy shit. I know some people there. Anyway, looking forward to bumping into her when I come to Colorado next. Bump, bump.
Bird,
Bird.
what could you
Oh,
be
that's
doing,
right.
Bird?
Yeah, what I was saying, Mouse, is that I've got the resources ready to relocate to Colorado. The only thing I'm holding me up is the fucking housing authority for me to sign off and move out of this bitch. They're all shut down, not even having fucking meetings because of the corona. But anyway,
I got to take a trip out to Colorado. My brother lives out there.
I would call your brother and get your orders in before you come.
I'll tell you this, I didn't stick around Colorado all the times that I come. I had family out here. I come out here once every 2 years for, forever. And if you stay more than a week, you're going to have to get over the fact that you're going to climatize. There's a period, about a 3-week period of time, you just feel like you run down this, that, and the other thing. It's because you haven't climatized yet.
You know what? It's funny.
What
It
do you
never
mean?
bothered me once, bro. Like getting out there and fucking, the altitude change. Like I went up to Pikes Peak about, I'd say, 3 days after I got to Colorado the second time, and that didn't bother me. But what did bother me, despite the altitude, is the UV, bro. So the UV fucking ratio up here in Colorado is extreme. So coming out of Washington State, where you get
like a tater.
yeah, you get like 300 days of fucking overcast there, though, right? Versus Colorado, you get 300 days of sunshine. You get up in the fucking mountains, and then you start getting into the higher UV index, which is like the 8s and 9s, and it feels like you're fucking a vampire, bro. Like your skin sizzles. So you get over that in the first year, though.
Like I say, I've got some health issues, and it seems like the next day after I roll into Denver, I'm really taking a hell of a punch. But the next day, I'm moving around pretty good. It's about like putting a Walmart bag over your head and just putting a little hole or two with a fork in it for you to breathe. Yeah.
There is
Okay.
an
Well,
elevation.
I mean, go ahead.
There is an elevation different. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. Altitude illness is real. I will testify.
Yeah, that's why I felt a little funny when I was in Denver one time. That would
I used
explain
to
it.
fly. I mean, I used to fly, private aircraft all the time. You can go up to 14,000. The problem is if you spend that much time there, your body starts to depressurize or whatever it does, and it takes about 30 days for your body to adjust to that new environment. But if you just visit that environment for a moment, it's okay. You won't.
You're also getting oxygen into your chamber, your compartment, so that helps with your altitude adjustments.
Well, yeah, it's the average over, 30 days. It isn't a matter of, going up and having some fun, doing aerobatics and coming down and, having problems. No, it's not like that. It's, the average over 30 days, it takes a lot out of your body converting it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But guys, I'm gonna take off from here. I'm getting pretty tired.
Have a good night. And
Yep.
what did you work on today? Did you have any good videos come out?
Northern Nights Meeting.
No, I didn't have any video. My next video comes out. It should come out here shortly. I don't want to reveal it, but just check out my channel for part 1. I got part 2 coming, so just be watching for it.
Sounds good. Definitely have a good night.
Hey,
Yep, sounds good,
I
guys.
wanted to bring up something, while you're still here, if you want to hear about this.
Yeah.
I was out and about rolling around the other day. I was out looking for the police, rolling my camera. I seen this shop open late night. It's called Insomnia Cookies. I thought, oh, damn. That sounds just a place to be at this hour of the night. I rolled up in there and I ordered a cookie and an ice cream. Gonna run me about $5 for the purchase. And you know what? They denied me service because I had cash. Apparently, they're only taking money by plastic. No major
Really?
signs on the door for you to notice cash or no cash allowed. Can they discriminate you against for having cash in a retail store with a business license?
Well, with the shortness of change that we're going through, it's being forced upon a lot of bigger or smaller companies to hold on to that.
Well, no. Let me clarify. The clerk told me because of the corona, we are only taking cat or plastic.
No,
Now,
they
because
can't.
because of the coronavirus, we are only accepting plastic payments.
That would have to come from corporate, and they have to have signs up in advance.
Well, now
No,
I'm
they
just saying.
can't. Corporate can't authorize it either. They do have to have a sign up if they're limited to that for some
Yeah.
strange reason.
No,
But that
we're
wasn't part
talking-
of the guidelines that they were getting as part of the governor, so they could not enforce that. No,
Is
they
that
must
not
take. They must
no.
take. You know, the cash. They can't.
Right.
They can't deny it.
Right.
I felt discriminated against because I had cash.
Well,
And
I would definitely be calling their
don't-
manager.
Well, they don't take
Oh,
cash and they don't accept American Express.
You know, I just like, that's fucked up. I mean, you're a licensed retail
Well,
store in Manhattan, fucking Kansas. And
Well,
what was
make
that?
them a story.
Insomnia cookies. Yeah, I'm thinking about, you know, kind of, you know, doing a little story behind it, but I just kind of
Do a follow up.
feeling out
Get
the
follow-up.
crowd.
Great time to open up a Reddit account.
Yep.
You know, I just like, you know, what is the law about that? Ain't that good for legal tender?
It is.
Since what, you know, because of a virus, our cash is no good.
That's
I'll tell
just
you-
like saying.
I'll tell
That's
you
just like
what.
saying.
I
I'm sorry.
mean,
go ahead.
maybe I missed something on NBC.
I'll tell
that
you one
Trump signed
that a
off,
lot
no
of people
cash.
don't know is that your bail can be represented by gold, and if there's nobody there in order to take the gold, well, they're just going to have to let you go. That played out in Illinois. I remember that because you can bail out with gold, and someone did that in Illinois.
Yeah,
Well,
like
they
say,
didn't.
refuse
Well, the
payment
big deal
to
was
make
they didn't release the
transaction
money thing,
employee.
but he wound up suing him for it, and he wound up winning it because they had to. He sued for the time that he spent in jail waiting for cash.
But yeah, no, they can't. They can't discriminate you for cash. It's legal tender. And what I was going to say before that, that would be almost the same as like at Walmart, where they got the enter this way, exit this way. Like that's going to save anybody. And limiting the times on places to be at, like that's going to limit. No, that's just going to. You're cramming your stores. You know, people like to shop at night just because they don't want to get sick, or because they're sick and there are less people.
My local Walmart, both of them, one in Manhattan, one in Junction City, Kansas. Both of them, one door, in and out. You come in one door, you go out the other. The other doors at the other end of the store are shut.
Yeah, why traffic everybody
Now,
one way?
I just wonder, with those doors shut and them being locked, and with fire codes and hazards, can they lock a fucking door while they're open for business that is the main entry and exit for fire emergency?
Lawfully, no.
But
No.
see now, but with those sliding doors, they are meant to. That if you push on it, they will open.
No. When I was at Walmart and I went, you know, I just inadvertently walked through the barriers or whatever, it said don't go out that door, and I was trying to get out the door, and the damn thing, and some guy, oh, you can't go out that door, they're locked. You got to go out the other door. Like what? Well, I just kind of stupidly ran into that. It was like, you know, what the fuck? You know, if there's a fire on this end of the building, I got to go to the other end to get the fuck out of this bitch. Bullshit.
Wait a minute, I would. If there's fire at this end of the building, I'm going to the other end of the building. Yes, that would be my first idea.
But if
Really?
there's
My
fire,
first idea is to get lowered to the ground.
Well,
No, I'm
just saying-
probably
first
going to be
idea is to
flailing
shove
my
my
arms
cart
and
through those
screaming
fucking
off into the
doors.
distance. You know.
Well, I mean, what you're doing is reducing the emergency exits, and I just didn't think that was legal. You know, I was like, something fucked up about that. It was like, what? You know, it's like, I'm glad, you know, I told the guy when I
Well,
was walking, when he
you
was
know,
showing me.
I don't.
I said-
You know, I don't know. how you guys feel about it, but it feels like to me they're training for FEMA camps.
Oh yeah, they're
Don't fucking get me started, guys. Don't get me fucking
Get in
started.
on this, Bird.
load the bowl.
They're already in
Bird,
place in
load the bowl.
South Carolina. The homeless are being picked up, and they were doing that 2 years or 2 years ago. And the homeless were being picked up and put into a camp outside of town. Had barbed wire all the way around it. If you wanted to go into town, you had to get a furlough to go into town.
What do you guys
It's
think
either
the
that
fucking
or a year in
COVID camps
jail.
are? Do you think the COVID camps are anything but fucking FEMA camps? Are you serious?
Right?
Okay, but the thing of it is, we haven't gone back to South Carolina and checked on that or let anybody else know about it. That hit the news. Everyone said, "Oh, wow, look at that," and then everybody walked away. I haven't
Let
seen
me
one
ask you guys all a
auditor
question real quick.
go
How
back.
much chemtrailing have you seen lately?
How much what?
How much chemtrailing have you seen lately? Since the corona, how much chemtrailing have you seen in the sky?
None, because I'm inside watching YouTube instead of out doing
Okay.
shit.
So you know what's funny about that, Rob? Is since the corona, I have not been seeing chemtrails, which I pay
I
close
do.
attention to.
Okay, what is chemtrails? Explain it to me.
Chemtrails are fucking long clouds, dude, that are put off by what they call aerosolic injection into the sky, which is
They're black slur. They're
Yeah, it
black
looks like a-
slurry from
yeah, and understand this. Like, you guys got to understand my background a little bit, okay? So when I was a little kid, dude, my grandfather used to point up into the sky and say, "You know what, boy? That's a 747. I know because I built it." And then he'd be like, "That right there is a 777. I know because I built it." Okay, and then he would explain to me the difference between the fucking size of the engines, how many engines they have, you know, wingspan, curvatures, you know, tall tale signs of how you can spot these things in the sky, right? So that's how you can tell, you know, one plane from another is based on these characteristics. So long story short, my whole family fucking grew up in Boeing. So I've always been paying attention to planes. Okay. Now what they have is two things. There's a contrail, and now we have what is known as the chemtrail. Chemtrails have actually been known since the 60s. First form of chemtrails, or aerosolic injection, happened when a biochemistry military base called Douglas something or another, okay, dumped a bunch of pretty much a nerve agent into the fucking air, and then it got released on a bunch of herds of sheep out in these farmers' pastures. And so these farmers had all these fucking sheep die, and everybody freaked the fuck out. And then they got down to the bottom of it. Well, guess how the military handled it? They're like, well, that's kind of a biohazard. We don't want nothing to do with that. So we're going to give you a shitload of money, farmer. We're going to give you some bulldozers, and I want you to build mass graves and bury all these fucking sheep. Okay, now that was an aerosolic injection back then. Now they've
all the
gotten
way
to a
through the
point-
70s in Colorado. All the hippies were yelling about this yellow dirt that would fall on their cars.
Yeah, pollen. You know what I'm
No.
saying? I mean,
It wasn't pollen. No,
Well,
it
okay,
wasn't
and I'm
pollen.
saying
They
who-
sent it to. That was when I first heard about it as the contrails, when it came through the hippie community, because that was our underground then.
Well, I don't know much about that, but what I do know is that contrails ultimately, though, are literally just steam that comes off of the fucking engine. And what it does is it puts off a short burst and a short cloud that dissipates quickly, that allows another plane, when in close proximity, to see the other plane that's in close proximity, right? When there's no clouds, because clouds are what help pilots gauge where their speed is, what they're doing, you know, how they're flying. So that's what a contrail is. But when you get into chemtrails, we're talking about a long string cloud, dude. And that's actually patented by a company called Raytheon, which is a defense contractor for America.
Dirty
And
bastards,
Raytheon's
I got
patent-
one detail. That it's made mostly of coal slurry. The coal slurry that they're getting is from the burning. One of the places is Romeoville.
Okay, I don't know nothing about coal slurry, but what I know
But
is
that's
I
what
looked
it
at
is.
the
It's
patent.
being mixed with water, and that's what they're using
Okay,
for
do you have a
base
document to back that up? Because on the document that I
can
read,
try to find it. I can try to find that. It was a long time ago. I read it.
excellent. Well, in the long story short, my understanding of the chemtrail documents that I read for aerosolic injection owned by Raytheon, it's a compound of iron oxide with barium, okay, and then aluminum oxide. And if you know anything about barium, barium is a stone that glows. It's been used in ancient times for witchcraft. Now what we utilize it for is things like radiology and, getting your stomach scanned when you have intestinal problems because it glows and they're able to see inside. So why would they be pouring barium?
Well, that would inject
aluminum
itself.
oxide and iron oxide, which are all
That would
toxins.
inject itself into all the life, because I mean it would inject itself into the water system and circulate through the water as well. So after a certain amount of time, you would have a detectable field of all things that suck water.
Okay, so what do you mean a detectable field of all things? So what are you saying then, Mouse?
Well, from what you're saying and what I know about radiology, okay, and I know a lot of the theories that go behind it. My father speculated on a lot of things, and I was the only one in the car.
No, to the point. What is your speculation there?
Well, if you can sit there and you have a piece of equipment, let's say a piece of satellite, they can sit there and detect things small, but the thing of it is you can't actually identify them. Well, perhaps you can identify them through the concentrate of a contaminant.
So,
Now,
Mouse,
people are going to be.
I think that you might have just said the most intelligent thing I've ever heard come out of your fucking mouth. That's what I'll say tonight. And I'm not giving you any type of kudos. I'm just saying that is the most intelligent thing I have actually ever heard physically come out of your mouth. And by saying that is that, yes, I absolutely agree with you that this is about imagery. Okay. Barium being pushed off into these clouds with the iron oxide and aluminum oxide, which ultimately brings this moisture together. Okay. And then it distributes it across a large span by mixing in with the cloud and taking the moisture in. Now what happens is now the rain comes down. That rain now contains aluminum oxide, iron oxide, and guess what? Your barium. Your barium ultimately now is hitting the ground, hitting the soil, hitting everything around it, which allows you to do something that you could never do before with satellite footage, and that's see under the tree line. See inside, the
concentration. The concentration. It also would be absorbed into the trees, absorbed into the buildings, etc., so forth.
But now you have something to separate one thing from another, is what I'm saying. It ultimately is giving you feed. Yeah.
What it's doing is giving you contrast in different densities, because a wood building is going to absorb something where a steel building will sit there and be a cold spot. Literally,
Well,
because it won't absorb any of the chemicals.
I'm going to take off now, guys.
Later.
Chemtrails. Real thing, dude.
Nice thing, bro.
There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. And this also ultimately goes back into the same system they've integrated with AI, the same system that they've integrated with biometric technology, your retinal scans, your fucking fingerprints, your information as a human being.
And
we are
a cell phone brown note. Are you familiar with that, the cell phone brown note?
No, I'm not really into that now.
Well, there's a old myth for musicians that there's a certain note that you can play that'll make someone shit their pants. If you play this note and this sound, someone will automatically shit their pants. And it's
a brown note. You saying it's a real thing? Because I've never seen it.
Well, here's the thing. Now, if you want to sit there and determine whether it's a real thing or not,
I'm not
go over
interested
to
in doing it.
To the Mythbusters. Go over to the Mythbusters, and they will demonstrate a 3 separate ranges, very carefully skipping over a certain range, because it does work.
Okay, I saw it.
You have to write it down. Write it down what they actually do. That's all.
I saw it, and they couldn't recreate it. Apparently,
because they did it from what was it, from 5 hertz up to 80 hertz, and then they jumped from 80 hertz to 150 hertz. They made a huge jump in their spectrum there, and it was rather obvious. But the thing of it is, just like this,
Where's the video? Won't people be doing this all the time? This has got to be easily solved.
oh,
Go to
that's
fucking YouTube.
easy. Go listen to it, and you'll find out that they skipped
No,
the
no,
range.
no, no. There should be 87 videos of young kids playing the brown note shitting themselves on YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah?
I don't know about that.
Well,
I
then
actually
it's
don't.
probably not real, right?
Yo, dude, I'm
Well,
gonna go to
they may
Mythbusters.
not
I'm gonna
be-
take down the formula, and then next time I talk to Joe Cool on a panel, I'm just gonna hit the same. Yo, somebody plugs in and just like, yeah, everybody be shitting themselves.
You better put diapers are necessary in the.
We'll have a whole new meaning,
yeah,
the
in the
shitpocalypse
headline.
war.
He goes back to the shitpocalypse wars.
But yeah, there is such a thing as a brown note, but there's also
You seen the brown note in action? Where's the video?
well, let's
You
skip
saw it, I
that
wanna
for
see
something that is absolutely proven, and you should know that as well.
Well,
Our
don't
brains
tell me I
operate
should
at
know.
900.
I asked you where's the
Probably.
vid. Don't tell me I should know
Just
better.
go to the
Don't do that
Mythbusters
shit.
because they had the equipment. These kids ain't going to have the equipment. They had the equipment to do it and the
Are you
wattage to
listening
do
to
it.
what I'm saying? You keep saying it exists. I keep saying, where's the video? You keep saying you should know it exists.
Ghostbusters.
Where,
Ghostbusters.
it was not Mythbusters. I
Or
saw
not
it.
Ghostbuster, Mythbuster. Yes, it was. Just write down. Just
No,
write
they
down
did
the.
not achieve brown note. Who did? I
Excuse
want to
me.
see the vid.
Listen.
Pop a
Just write
link.
down.
Pop a link.
Pop
Just
a
write
link.
Just write down the
My
frequency.
nuts. Where's the vid?
Pop a link. Don't tell me about it.
I'm
Give
trying
me
to
the link.
find it.
Thank you.
I
All right,
hate
well,
it when
write down-
somebody says,
write
go look
down-
at this, don't give you a fucking link. It sucks.
Well, I'd
It's got
rather
to be
argue
easily
about their
solved.
test.
I'm thinking all these kids got these cars with these speakers. They'd have found the note and been fucking their friends up by now.
Well, that's because it's lower than what they're playing with.
Really lower than the shit we
I,
play.
I think it might be in the 25 megahertz or 25 hertz range. I'm not
Is
sure.
that fucking
I never
chopped
play.
and screwed?
I do know it exists, huh?
Is that
But
chopped
it's
and
not a
screwed?
single note. It's not a single note.
Hey, yo, who hasn't ordered my shirts yet?
Hold on, let me blow it up, Bird. All right, I see it. Oh wow!
Yo, show him the back, son.
Wow!
Hold on. He'll show
That's
you.
a hoodie too, baby.
Hey, Bird.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous. I want the hoodie.
Bird.
I'll get on board with I need it.
Liberty's going down, son.
You
Hey, look at
fell. You fell. You fell.
Liberty's
Bird.
going down.
You fell.
Bird.
What's wrong?
If you can, brother, autograph one of them and send it to me, would you?
Too tall wants one.
Need help turning on the water.
Yes, I'm coming right now, honey. Sounds like my kid just shit everywhere.
Did you hear me, Bird?
Oh, you're in trouble.
No,
I
I
haven't
didn't
even
hear. But
played
go
it
ahead, I'm
yet.
listening.
Some deep
You
doo
kid
doo right
just shit out. I had the best bet there, man. If I was just 2 minutes sooner, his kid just shit all over himself. Oh,
I was trying to say, Bird, if you would, I'd appreciate it if you would autograph one of them bitches and mail it to me. I'll return you a check.
Yeah, it's not on like T Springs, right? It's you shipping them out, Bird.
Nope. It's off the Teespring, so it's
I
the
don't
more you
wanna
buy.
Then how do I? Oh wait, you're coming through Sioux Falls. I'm gonna have to get you to sign one for Too Tall and me.
All right, we can make it happen. So the thing is too is that if we can get a group of people that want to order, dude, I'll know that we can order how many. We can actually just list on what sizes everybody needs, and then at that point, I can have a list. I can actually just put in an order for those. I can fucking sign whoever wants, and then we can send them out, whatever. Yeah, I'm working on it right now. So I'm on break for a second, guys. 1 second.
I'm a fucking loser.
Why don't you let us see?
Yeah, I'm a loser if I'm fucking with you.
I'm just kidding. Too Tall, what size?
Give me a large.
Large.
Yeah. Say bye-bye to TV Gardens.
What did he? Oh man.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you know better than that.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I put a link in there. It's supposed to do it. That's supposed to be the brown note right there.
3.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
the video of them somebody shitting
No,
themselves.
I found that too, but I also found that claims to be the real brown note. It says brown
You don't think
frequency was
someone
done
else
in
has found that link?
2070. Warning,
You
this
don't
is
know
a
what
brown
else is.
note frequency known as to make people have bowel movements. Listen with headphones for best results.
Oh man.
Now, Mouse, listen to me. Do you think, since you just found it on the internet, someone else would have found it and they'd be posting vids by now? Do you think that's a thing?
I think someone already did. But here's the brown note segment. It's 49 minutes long.
Oh, hey, FTP, you want to deal with your chat for a moment?
Yep, I'm there.
Yeah. Yeah. Take
Oh,
your bullshit somewhere else, man.
Intermission while I'm cleaning up shit. If you guys are upset that I'm not going after Mouse's fucking throat, I can't, be at war every night, guys. Sorry.
He can't be in the trenches. He's already in the trenches. I know, Bird. Just what do we got?
Yeah.
Hey, could be. Are you in chat with Mouse? You judgmental fuck.
Yeah, he was in
Fuck
chat until he started talking a bunch of.
Oh, he's been in my
He's
channel
gone for
forever.
5 minutes. He'll be
You know what I'm
back.
saying? He judging niggas. Oh, but if you go on panel, you're bogus. But you can sit in chat. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I guess that Joe Cool. Okay, whatever. Oh man, and he said it too. Whatever. We'll do this. Just a little timeout for him again. I don't know why they don't learn. I got to train these kids. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what. I mean, I'm trying not to engage them, because you just don't want to play with the trolls. But
It's your room. You do what you want. I don't mind yelling at motherfuckers, man. I got no problem with it.
and hey, I totally understand everybody's point of view. I've heard it 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. I think that it's a little redundant and overdone at this point, and I hope that they understand that it's overdone and redundant. I've heard it. I've heard their points on many different things. Your opinion does not trump anything on my panel. It doesn't.
I mean, you have opinions, and then you have slander and libel statements.
Yes, I don't
Thank
think
you,
motherfuckers
Joe.
are so
Thank
much
you.
giving opinions as trying to slander motherfuckers and make niggas look bad. For instance, if fucking what is this? Some famous news cat was interviewing a bomber, a murderer, or some shit like that, you watch that shit, have no fucking problem. But you sit here and you judge. You're not judging. You're just trying to slam motherfuckers, man. No motherfucker simple or blind.
Character assassination.
Character assassination.
For how long? I mean, how long do you want me to partake in your slandering on my channel?
Yes, the
It's like,
ultimate form of cowardice
check
is a
this out.
motherfucker who would not do it himself but try to get other
Now,
motherfuckers to do it for them. The ultimate form of cowardice.
You got one son of a bitch that goes off running their lip about some butt negative bullshit. And then you get 100 other motherfuckers to pick up that bullshit and start slinging it too. Ain't even no beef with you, so why the fuck you coming at me with some bullshit like that? Take your pathetic ass and go some fucking where else with your comments.
What's happening, y'all?
What's good, Sass?
Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick. I heard y'all talking about chemtrails. I wanted to state the fact that that shit's not conspiracy theory. That's fact. That it's been discussed and it's declassified information. That the HARP program, HARP, not the shit your grandmother subscribes to. But the HARP program has been admittedly used for infusing the atmosphere with different chemicals to stimulate weather reaction. And that's not conspiracy. That is a proven fact, and I just wanted people to know that.
And if you're familiar, HARP was formerly DARPA. If you're familiar with how dirty them niggas is, they just changed the name.
I've
to
heard
HARP.
a little bit about DARPA.
Yes, well, HARP is the new DARPA.
I'm conspiritually factualist, not a reality theorist.
But I just want to let y'all know that because a lot of people will holler conspiracy theory this and conspiracy theory that, but man, there's facts that back it up. And once the and it used to be something people considered a conspiracy theory, but if you do your research, you'll find out that the earliest use of weather manipulation that in its most important form was during the war in Vietnam. The United States utilized weather manipulation to create a big storm over there. They thought it would benefit us in the war over there, but this shit's not new. A lot of people think that
Yes,
stuff
I've
like this
seen
is
all
new.
their. I shouldn't say all their attempts. I've seen them make attempts to manipulate it by cloud seeding. That's a real thing.
And but a lot of the times it's a big misconception that this is a new technology. This is a pretty old technology, as a matter of fact. It's just we're now hearing about it after it's been declassified for a while. But
Hey, Kelly, baby.
that's all I want to say. Y'all carry on. I just wanted to clear that up. And I did drop a link to the mysterious cloud that was over our state earlier today. It definitely was a wicked cloud. Looked manufactured. It looked man-made.
Bird,
Hey, mommy.
and there has
Right.
been weird clouds lately. Bird's not here, Ray. He's cleaning up a mess. But the point is, he likes the chemtrails too, but he's got a little bit of a different take about seeing things on the ground. Right? We know about the manipulation of the weather, but he's got a good point on the ground, or at the ground level of what they can see and detect after the fact, after they're done spraying this stuff. What can you see on the ground? So, I listened to that a little bit, and hey, what a jump that would be is if they can see what's in the mountain, they can see infrared, they can then track people on the ground better. If that's Bird's point when he comes back, and that's something different that I've never heard before.
Yeah.
Well, they've got a new solution for not being able to track people on the ground. It's called getting rid of paper currency and making it all digital. And that's their next move. I mean, they are definitely concerned with tracking each individual person. It's a benefit to the government, and that's the whole reason. I don't know if you've heard in your area about there being a shortage on coins, but there's no shortage. That's happening in my area for sure, and there's no shortage on coins. What's going to happen is they want to act like there's something wrong with the way shit's been working for this long that they need to change the currency, and that's what you're going to find out is they want to change the currency and they want to do away with any analog form of currency.
Don't get me started on Bitcoin, bro. I'm telling you, I'm knowing.
That way they can track it. That way they can track your money, bro. And if you can follow the person, if you can follow the money.
I'm told Amazon beginning new year, you must have the chip implant, not the credit card. You must have the implant, or they will not do business with you.
Well, no, because I'm still doing business with the MCO, bro. You know what I mean? And you can card it up, dude. If you have digital currency, you're just paying a higher premium to do so.
No,
They want
in person, not over the fucking computer. I'm talking about any real transaction, physical transaction. They will not allow anything but the chip.
Well, that's what they're pushing for. Absolutely.
Starting the new year. That's going to be their new policy beginning new year, they say.
What's funny is anomaly is being anonymous and spending anonymous is what made Bitcoin so popular, and that's the furthest thing from being anonymous as you're going to get is spending money on the computer.
Well, yeah, to get a wallet, you have to fucking do biometric scan of your face. So yeah, I would say that it's absolutely not anonymous.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate it. I just wanted to touch on that because so many times conspiracy people are called conspiracy theorists when there's actually facts that back shit up.
Society. Yes, baby.
I'll holler at y'all later. Y'all have a good one.
I love, baby.
Good shit, assassin.
Yeah, I don't know why he kind of hit and ran tonight. It was like I just wanted to put that in, and then he left. But
at least it was a good conversation.
He wasn't wrong.
A true sniper.
I got a stalker, Mark. I think I got a stalker here up on the panel. Every time I fire one up, Joe Cool comes popping along.
My fucking weed is upstairs. You make me want to go get my shit. In fact, fuck that. I'm gonna go get my shit.
Here you go, Joe. I'll
Fuck.
pass the bag.
It passed. What you smoking on? What is it?
Oh, I got so. Put me on big screen there, Mark.
Here comes the ganj, ganj.
I'm
Ganji
smoking a
can.
Gorilla Glue today.
Yeah.
What is
I
it
got
though?
a
What's it called?
I can't recall.
That sounds like a really good strain.
It sounds like my name's right here.
There's some of your Gorilla Glue.
Hey, Bird, your boy on the tear, man. I've been killing him.
What do you mean, Joe?
I mean, like, you know, averaging 4,000-5,000 views an hour type shit on the last
Oh
one.
yeah,
This one, I'm
I
like,
dude. You always be killing it though, bro. It's good. You know
lately,
what though?
Joe,
Real shit. I just got my first video that it went over 10,000. I hit like 11,000 views,
Oh
and then
wow, oh wow.
and then yeah, so that was the first time anything. That's the first time I ever broke 10. You know what I mean? I haven't even gotten close. Actually, that was the first time I broke 5. You know what I'm saying? So, but what's crazy about it is then I posted it on Jared Polis's, the governor's tweet site. And almost instantly, within an hour, it got shadow banned from everything.
Oh wow, yeah, they got caught on and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they
don't
caught
need
on
no
real quick.
welfare check here, Sitting Bull. I'm doing just fine.
But yeah, that's so I know the feeling though, dude. It's a great feeling, dude, to be going fucking all viral like that, dude. When you're hitting 4,000 views an hour.
Yes, right. I posted it at work today on the break, and that motherfucker when I look, it was 22,000.
And if you really want to get crazy, yabba dabba doo.
Oh man, don't make me break out the sour skunk, the sour lemon, the cookies and cream, the strawberry milk. I'm well stocked.
Have you tried that lemon cookie crush Willie's got out?
No. Oh. Is that as literal, or is that a new strain I'm unaware of?
New strain, lemon cookie crush.
No, I haven't even heard of it.
Man, it's that motherfucker slap you upside the head good. Make you like it.
I'm gonna go with the Gorilla Glue. This is what is this?
Yeah, Gorilla Glue's banging, man.
Oh, this is lemon skunk too. This shit ridiculous too.
Yeah. How much is a zip going up there?
Shit, man. At the dispensary, this shit is off the charts. Even though we bought them out and ain't had nothing since the beginning of the year. What I paid, I think it was an eighth. What I paid in Boston, $45-$45 is like 85 here. I don't know on the street. You get, I just get Dubs 3.5 grams. I'm tearing up weed, so you niggas might want to do some talking. I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention.
Yeah. Yeah, we see you, Sitting Bull. And we see some of your wonderful comments.
You gotta watch out when you guys got white fucking merch, man. You don't want to be getting no poo on your merch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Bird. What color is that sweatshirt in?
You can get it in whatever color, bro. So that's the great thing about ordering through Spread.
Well, I want to get a Liberty Bird t-shirt and a hoodie. How much is that going to cost?
Well, and that's what I'm saying, Rob. If we can, so typically right now these hoodies are costing me almost $60 if you buy just one, right? But if I buy 25 of them, you know, I can get them for like fucking $19-$20 a piece. You know what I mean?
Right, all right. Yeah, I want to get in on that shit then.
So that's what I'm saying. So if people want some merch, you know what I'm saying? And we can throw like whatever. I really like the fucking bird and the 303. So I got one with a fucking big ass pit bull with a bird coming on the back, dude. I'll post that.
Anyway,
I'll post that on the channel tonight for everybody to see.
anyway, Liberty. If there's a way you could pick me up a shirt and a t-shirt and a hoodie, autograph it and send it, and let me know what the cost is, and I'll return the check.
Yeah, tell you what, Rob, I'll send you the shirt for free, and then you can just buy the hoodie.
Whatever, just send me a package and let me know what you need.
You got it, man.
It looks like it might be after the 1st of the month before I can get out of here.
Right.
As far as coming to my next visit, unless I can bump a run real quick. And I'm sitting there trying to chomp at the bit just to maybe get into Denver this weekend.
I'm trying to do the same thing, Rob.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I am.
I need to give Miss Janet a hug and help with the cooking.
That's funny, dude, because Joe's planning on going to see Swedish Sugar, I'm sure.
I'm trying to see Sugar Bird and Eric
So that puts him like right in my neck of the woods too, dude.
And
Like,
Eric B,
literally.
before he turned himself in, I'm trying to see
Yeah,
him
Sugar
too.
was supposed to get up with me and go out for an apple fritter, but I never got a number on her.
I think she told me about that story. Yeah, she loves you, Rob. You twerking, she was texting me like crazy.
Yeah. I'm saying I'd love to meet y'all, let's get down, go have an apple fritter.
Yeah,
Little, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, it's fucking
little apple fritter up front, little smoky smoke out in the back. How you doing?
Right.
Let's get down on some fritters and get high on life.
Well, here in Colorado, we get high on the good.
Yeah. Man,
And
I don't
the
know
brownies
what the hell.
and the beer and the pop and the chewing gum and
Right now, I'm on that lemon skunk shit, Bird, and it's from your neck of the woods.
You know what's funny about that, Joe? Is that I just so happen right now to be tokaloking on this.
Hold on. I'm in chat. I can't see you. All right, show me again.
Hit the big screen, Mark.
All right.
Live well. Hey, was that the joint that got robbed last night that Ghost was on?
I see Lemon OG.
Yeah.
With the haze number 7.
What percent is that?
It's pushing 20.8. So it's mid-grade. You know, high grade's like 27 to 29.
Yeah, that's
that stuff I got that derp on, that was 31.
Right.
And I think it was like 100 a zip. It was at that shop next to the what the fuck? The Voodoo Donut.
There you go. Well, I'm awesome. If you want to take it to that level, dude, you might as well just start dousing your bowls with a bunch of fucking wax. You know? Wow, shit. Yeah, you just seen a mouse and he got out of my trap.
I like the wax, but man, it's just, man, it makes me blow out a lung and I'll throw out a couple of ribs doing it, man.
I know, right?
I like that wax, but damn, man, I'll brutalize myself choking on it.
I know Brian can smoke that shit all day, man. He be trying to pass that to me. I had to run away from him out the room about 4 times at least. I had to leave. Run.
In my younger day, if I could have trained for it, but hey,
I'll be right back.
Yeah, that shit's brutal.
I mean, you look at all the chemicals and shit that I've been exposed to as far as environmental hazards between remodeling, aircraft, military, construction.
I've been on a mission all night. You guys want to see what I've been up to?
Yeah, let's do it.
Got another one.
Got another couple, I bet. Here we go. What do we got in here?
Bye, Beaver. Enough of your shit for one night.
Wow, Bird.
Look at those little fuckers.
What are we looking at? I can't see. Mark, hit the
trap
button.
with a clear glass top.
What the fuck is that, bro?
The mice.
Those are mice.
Hit
What
which
the
button?
fuck?
Mouse?
Don't you guys know that birds love mice?
Hey, stop. Stop. Hey, you can't hit the computer like that. Oh, you're gonna break the computer. Stop. You have to stop for a minute. Please.
Really?
Oh, stop. Stop it. You're killing me here. Oh, this.
Really, 69? Come on, man. Motherfucker, block a motherfucker. You gonna play that shit, 69?
Now I gotta mute out on this. Okay. Northern News Now. Got you linked to join you.
What the fuck?
FTP. I gotta let you go. Call me back here in like 25K.
Northwest PA, Kelly. Beeve, you still hot at me, ain't you, man? Beeve, I've been taking it easy on you, man. I've been giving you break after break, pass after pass.
Well, 69, I think you might be missing some of the messages, but you know, if you block somebody, I would not be unblocking them. You know, that's just bad etiquette.
I would agree with that shit. I would agree with that
again,
shit.
I'm going to block the motherfucker. And, you know, I ask you not to block him. Okay? You know, maybe Mark needs to figure out who he needs for a wrench if he's going to have somebody, you know, playing shit like that.
I don't go that far, but 6ix9ine, if you had an issue and you blocked the motherfucker, you wouldn't want Rob second guess you. That's just my opinion. I don't even know who he blocked.
Yeah, you know, I mean, hey, you know, if I block a motherfucker and somebody else unblocks him, what the fuck? Yeah.
And I'll back that, Rob. I'll say that the way that you've seen my channel and you've been here many, many times to know what I want, when I want it, and how I want it. So I appreciate you, Rob. And
Excuse me, mammy. You know, my personal reasons are personal reasons, but when they fucking come into this room and in that chat, and that motherfucker wants to flap his lip on me, I'm gonna block his ass. And if you want to fucking unblock him, I'm gonna hope maybe the fucking mod thinks about fucking the channel holder thinks about blocking you. That's just fucked up, my opinion. You know. That motherfucker Fuckleberry and a few others be fucking around with me in other chats and this, that, and the other. Boom. You know, and then he gonna bring that bullshit up in here? No. You know, we ain't here for that.
All right, I gotta read the chat.
He gonna make me look too, Bird.
You know, I done gave that motherfucker a few timeouts.
I'm busy right now.
You know, and he chilled on it and come back with some bullshit. And if you weren't offended about it, that's fine. Maybe it didn't offend you. It offended me. Oh, I'm acting my age, and I'm asking Mark to consider who the fuck he has for a mod if you're going to unblock somebody.
You said better. You put that on Mark 6 times now. He heard you the first 3 times. Be nice.
if I wasn't, you know, and again, you guys, if I wasn't dealing with COVID shit and people with cancer and kids pounding on the computer, like I would totally be into your guys' fighting, but I think Too Tall Rob
FTP loves a good fight.
No. I do, Bird. I do.
I know you do.
Well,
I mean, what? Hey, well, what the? Now, hang on a minute. What the fuck does any of these panty sniffing comments have to do with our conversation tonight? And motherfucker wants
I need
to bring
Sassy
that shit
Assassin back, man. Where you at, bro?
You know, fuck you, fuck them. You know.
And I take Bob's point on that, and I take Wicked Development's points on those comments. You have to.
You're beating an old fucking dead horse with negative bullshit.
So just
and it's distracting from the fucking chat. So fuck off, Beaver. You know, you're nothing but an ass out and a clown, and that's all you'll ever be. Why somebody let you in their channel, I don't know.
Shit. All right, B. Watching you, baby.
Yo, easy on Beaver, dude. He is the king of elevator music.
Yeah.
It's a running thing. It's a running theme that every morning, someone's waking him up off the elevator and asking him to, go back wherever he started from.
Time to wake up, bro. Time to get up, bro. Can't stay here.
There's
Gotta
just
go
time to
somewhere.
grow up. That's all I'm saying. Like at some point, I thought he was growing up, but I don't know what happens with people, and it seems to happen all the time in my channel. And
Likes the stiffin. I'm not sure what a stiffin is. Likes to step on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6ix9ine is awesome. Yes, yes. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Text me too, 6ix9ine. Make sure I got your shit. You know this new phone.
If y'all want to sit there and slam on somebody that has a sexual abuse charge, but what about the motherfuckers that haven't had a conviction, that ain't been caught?
They should be slamming on them.
I mean,
I'm slamming on everybody. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, I was asking.
I mean, we come up here to have a chat, not have a character assassination.
I'd
fucking
rather
contest.
motherfuckers produce something positive as opposed to slamming anything. I like to see motherfuckers in chat making positive contributions. That's the shit I prefer.
And like say before long, I hope some of these people gonna be taking their bullshit and bring their cameras when their asses come into court. That's what I want to see them bring their fucking cameras to.
Yeah, problem with that is unless it's pre-approved, dude, recording proceedings is illegal.
Yeah, that shit crazy as fuck.
Yeah. I'm sure they could film their adventures coming to court for slander. And
What do you think? What do you think would happen if I had like this secret fucking secret supporter that his name Ghost Dog that just happened to record everything from conversations with DAs to court proceedings and everything else.
Right.
What would I do with that footage, and then what would happen if it got uploaded, and does it, how it gets uploaded, does that matter on whether it's good or bad?
I'm sure it would be tracked down. I think they'd start with who fucking had the eligibility and the capability to record it in the first place.
Yeah, that's a problem, right?
Kelly, I don't think FTP is gonna pull a Jeff on you.
You guys got to watch out for FTP. He knows the Kung Flu.
Yeah.
What about my man Trump? He just calling it. He mad at China. He want to fight them niggas. He getting rid of TikTok. He just everything, calling it the China bug again. The Hong Kong.
Yeah, bro. But see, this is the thing, Joe. It's not even about the China bug. It's not because America released that shit. We all know it, dude. We all fucking know it, dude. It was a fucking
together. I think they're both. Whoever pulls their strings.
No. See, I think that's where you're mistaken. I think that a lot of this is all about global trade. The fact that the Chinese have just established a new trade route, both by sea and land, that is actually globally effective. Okay. And they're tied into these huge fucking agreements with foreign countries for these roads that they put in, that they spent billions of dollars on, that even if the country can't afford to pay it back, they're going to maintain it. Right. So my point behind it is that right now you have the 9 dash line and the Spratly Islands there in the South China Sea. And China claims ownership of all of it. We disagree with that, right? Because all the islands that other countries use. So therefore, we want to maintain control, because if we maintain control of the South China Sea, we don't lose trade.
Almost mentioned. We had a lot of the churches and stuff that said, "Oh no, we're not going to close our doors," and then 2 weeks later, we hear all these news stories that they all contracted the virus, blah, blah, blah. The whole place is wiped out, end of the world. And does anyone realize the fact that we probably have someone running around as Johnny Appleseed? Anybody that sits there and stands in direct defiance or becomes a public figure defying the coronavirus is being targeted by it? Has anyone thought of that?
I'm sorry, I was texting. Say it again, bro.
I was saying that is there a Johnny Appleseed to where anybody that is defying the coronavirus or a disbeliever is becoming popular in their word, that there's somebody going around making sure that they get it?
I would
How
think
easy
so.
would that be in order to be able to?
I don't
Anybody
think
that's
so, because they would have given it
against
to
it?
me by now,
Well, we
bro.
have
They would,
these
dude. I ran a story on the CDC. I got calls with the fucking assistant of the
You wouldn't.
director of the
You would
CDC
not be a
posted on my
scale
channel,
that they
Mouse.
would be worried about. We're talking about the
Sure,
senators
sure.
that.
Blowing the top on the truth is nothing that they're concerned about. Even if it fucking happens to be from a small channel, they're not giving a fuck, dude. Anyone that's blowing a whistle on that shit, they would be awful.
I don't think it would be needed at that much, but if you have an entire church, yeah, you're going to have to sit there and combat it. You can't sit there and let them sit there and get away with it. And if I'm promoting this, I would definitely send somebody there. I mean, it's something that the entire population is going to have to face anyway. So I'm just going to go ahead and send my guy over there, and they're going to get it.
See, and I disagree, Mouse. I think that they're way more scared of the social media than they are of anything else.
But that's what they're using as a social media, because the social media is the one, the social media and the mainstream media both has advertised, oh, this church is in defiance, this building is in defiance, this, that, and the other. And they've made a big deal of it. And each time these places have turned up a week or so later being a great big hot spot because everyone has to be tested. As soon as they're tested, of course, they're positive.
I know this guy made a vid about someone called him. He had the virus, and they call you to do a follow-up study. And they said, you mind taking the study? He said, no. All right, great. From 0 through 10, how bad was the pain that you went through? And misery, 0. How bad was it? 0. I didn't go through anything. I had no symptoms, even though I tested positive. The chick tells him, well, would you consider answering the question as if you had a horrible experience? That way, it would caution the next person, so they'll be more aware. I thought if you got people making calls like that, there's a Johnny Appleseed in a sense.
Well, that's a follow-up to it, exactly.
Yeah.
But you see, I mean, listen, my father, even though I talked to him about him a lot, is one of the people that had a variety of different jobs, and one of them was fixing the teletype for the news station. Well, he happened to be there during the Bay of Pigs and a couple other things. One of the things that had happened is a guy woke up in Texas. It may have been Dallas, I don't know, but it was somewhere in Texas. He woke up, he put his bathrobe on, he walked down to the corner, and he put a couple of coins in the newspaper machine, opened it up, and it blew up in his face. The Cubans took credit for that, and it never made the news. But at the same time, during the same period of time, on the teletype, it came across that for 10 or 15 minutes a day, blah, 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 something, something, and we actually were at DEFCON 5 and ready to fire our missiles and blah, blah, blah. And they reported at 5 o'clock that we were ready to fire our missiles, and then at the 10 o'clock news reported the fact that they stood down. Both of these things were happening in front of him, and he never could understand why. Well, the terrorist thing, they didn't want to encourage more of it, so they didn't advertise it.
Yeah.
So that effect has been known for a long time, that you'll have copycats, people that have to outdo each other. Oh, hey, that was Allah Kebab, whatever. They try to outdo each other. That's just not going to work. That, and it's exactly opposite of what we're doing now with the mainstream media. So when I learned about this, my father is the one that taught me how to, do newspaper and where it came from and how to protect myself back then from cops. And I was his photographer. That's all. I was just a kid with the camera. That way he didn't.
What else did your dad teach you, Mouse?
Well, he was really into radio control airplanes, and I learned how to build them from him. I learned a lot about airfoils and stuff like that. I also rebuilt a Moraine Solanaire, center section at a jig. It was, I think, EAA, I think it was chapter 19 out of Joliet, and they were at the Romeoville College there. That's a place where you can get your AMP. If you also want to get a Porsche or Volkswagen motor rebuilt to aircraft specs, you send it there. It's only $500. I think. Well, there's a lot of things. When we stepped on the moon, you'd set up a transmitter, and we actually were receiving the actual transmission from the moon rather than what they were giving us through TV.
What happened?
So you think they landed on the moon?
Wait. Who
Oh,
sold
I
the
know that we
transmitter?
landed
I
on the
was about
moon.
to
The
hop
question
off,
is,
too,
what
'cause
landed on the moon?
my battery's dying. I was about to hop off. You say something about a transmitter?
Well, yeah, he actually is the one that modified the transmitter we used for 97.3, the Hawk, that we had in Joliet. If I had just made it from the direct plans, it wouldn't have been home built. It would have been from the plans. So he made quite a few changes.
What we talking about the moon? His design made it to the moon?
No. That was a receiver. We actually were receiving the communication directly from the moon rather than from TV. We had a direct feed
That's
when it
what
was.
you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, he was a ham operator.
I hear
And
what
we
you're
had a
saying.
directional. He made it. It was a big deal, dude. I heard Neil Armstrong. They're here. They're over here by this crater, and they're moving slowly away from us. That I just.
So I got a question. How long do you think it would take for a ham radio signal, right? We're talking like analog radio at that point, right? How long would it take an analog signal to travel the distance from the moon to the Earth?
Well, the truth is, they were supposed to have. I can't remember the technical word for it.
8.5
Basically,
minutes or something.
there's a little. No, that would be, I think, from Mars. I don't think it'd be 8 minutes, but it's more.
Okay,
like,
so we're talking about chances are it was probably coming off of a repeater, if anything.
No, when it hit Earth, it came off a repeater, and then it went into the news network, or went to NASA. Then it went to a color projection TV, which every news agency complained about. They wouldn't give them a live feed. So any feed that you've seen was a actual front screen projection TV that the cameramen were allowed in order to set up their cameras for. The actual launch, the actual event took place. The problem is we don't have any documentation on it. I mean, I did a big debate on Planet InfoWars, and you can go back. It was Diffusing the Agenda and Beware Mouse. You can go back and look at all of it. Anyway, I was debating with AWE 130 that says we never left orbit, and NASA, which it turned out to be the administrator for the archives for NASA, because AWE 130 and this guy with the archives had a past history. AWE replaced some of the photographs that NASA had lost because he had a more meticulous archive.
That's funny. It's funny you mentioned that NASA lost stuff, because I watched an interview, I'd say probably about a year ago, where a gentleman from NASA was saying the reason we haven't returned to the moon is because NASA lost all of the information and technology around our first trip to the moon, and therefore we don't have the information on how to proceed past a radioactive belt of shit that's out there between us and the moon.
Well, there's two
I found that
things.
quite interesting. Well, hold on. So what I found quite interesting about that band of radiation is that nothing can really surpass it, right? So there's actually, the radiation is so strong that even if we were to send one of our aircraft, the spacecraft or X-Force fucking spacecraft, whatever we got. Sure.
That's completely inaccurate, and the reason being, and what really fucks everything up, is Apollo 13, and I'll explain that. What they used is a double Faraday shield in the command module.
Good girl.
I seen the movie.
All right. Well, the problem is when the command module had a problem, this is the real secret. This is the real thing that really messed everything up and started saying that we did go to the moon and we didn't go to the moon, being extremes, rather than we did go to the moon and they didn't show us a damn thing about it.
Tom Hanks.
Well, at any rate, what wound up happening was this. Apollo 13, there was only one true theory that was backed up by NASA documentation, and the fact that they didn't take enough fuel in order to get to the moon. That was not
That's
possible.
funny. I thought the determination was OE.
Well, actually, it was not enough. Period. The problem
No,
was,
I meant OE being operator error.
no. That was the event of Apollo 13. The problem is any of the Apollo missions did not have the fuel to get to the moon. It wasn't enough on the laden in order to get to the moon. Someone actually did the math and the pounds and everything like that, and nothing was coming out right. They didn't have enough to get to the moon. And it was the only true theory that hung on for a long time, and this was during the 70s. This was during the launches themselves. There was something wrong with these numbers. Okay, and they couldn't figure out how to get rid of these guys because they were educated. Anyway, the theory basically was the fact that they didn't take enough fuel, which was true. It wasn't enough fuel in the laden, but there was something else they took. Water. What they were doing is they was using a hydrogen generator in order to convert it into oxygen and hydrogen. That's how they used, and the reason why they lost the command module is because that was what provided the oxygen for their scrubber, and they didn't have an oxygen source, so they had to modify the lunar lander, the scrubber, in order to be able to accept the other additional people. In other words, increase its value, which would have been some surgery and not exactly what they showed you on the plans, because the only thing you would have had to done is change the circuit to a higher voltage, but that would have put a
Sure,
load on
I
it.
seen Tom Hanks work on it, man. He pulled out the wrench and he got to happening with some duct tape and shit.
Well, that's bullshit. I mean, what they had to do, all they had to do was just simply up the voltage in order to increase the output.
Oh, come on, man. You've seen the Tom and fucking Green
But that-
show or the fucking Red and Green show and shit. Duct tape fixes everything, bro.
Oh, yeah, well, I know that. I mean, shit. But nonetheless, that's what the cover story basically was. But what it actually did was it revealed that they actually used water as a fuel to go to the moon and back.
That sounds like a fucking load of bullshit to me if I ever heard
Think
it.
about it. What would you want to take into space?
Tom
something,
Hanks.
Something that can sit there and blow up easily, or something that is inert until you need it? The reason why it blew up, listen, the reason why it blew up is because he had to stir the tank. Why did he have to stir the tank? In order to put the contents of the tank back into the grill, in which it was magnetically pushed away from, because they energized the grill with the liquid in it. So they had to stir
Because
the tank.
the fucking witch's spell doesn't fucking work unless you spit in it first and then mix it with some fucking children's tear.
Well, what you had to do was stir the tank because you were in anti-gravity. It didn't have an attraction to stay in one end against the plates. So it was chased to the outside of it. So you had to stir it away and cage it back into the inside in order to be able to have contact with the plates again. He forgot to turn it off. It's a hydrogen.
Sure. Why don't we use fucking Fibonacci sequences to gravitationally pull into fucking space travel?
There's nothing to that. There's nothing about that. When he sat there and he moved that wand in order to stir it, he caused a spark inside of it, and he blew the side of the freaking thing off.
Fuck,
Simple
man.
as that.
Smoke another bowl. Next thing Joe Cool's gonna tell me he solved the fucking theory for quantum physics to be able to fucking quantum leap.
Well, I'm sorry. That's what the actual theory and truth is, because he blew the side of it off. If they were using that hydrogen fuel cell the way that they had claimed, there wouldn't have been enough there in order to do that. There wouldn't have been enough gas in order to blow the side off if they were using it the way they claimed it were. Now, you can look it up on the space shuttle and you'll find the hydrogen fuel cell, but it's being worked in reverse. What they're doing is they're pumping hydrogen okay, which is highly flammable, into this device in order to convert hydrogen into electricity, which it also can do too. You can do that. You can convert hydrogen directly into electricity. And I'm
Yeah.
not exactly sure the chemical process and the metals involved, but they can do that. And then the other way is the fact that you can use electricity in order to create hydrogen, oxygen, which is both of what you need while you're in space. And that's
There you
that.
go. You guys heard it from fucking rocket scientist Mouse.
Actually, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I have been a consultant very briefly with a space company. And it wasn't for a great deal of science. What it was for marketing.
Let me guess, you made it all the way to the criminal background check.
No, actually, I was their marketing guy for a little while. It's just I couldn't keep up with it, and I didn't have the computers in order to do all the designs I needed to do.
All right, we should probably move on because I promised myself that I wasn't going to fucking go down this road with you tonight.
Thank you. Anyway, it's getting late. I just thought I might share that with you. But yeah, as far as the Apollo mission is concerned, in Australia, they actually seen a Coke bottle kicked onto within the camera and caught on camera. I don't think they had those on the moon. If you look at the jump, where he salutes and jump, okay, it's all fake footage, and I'll tell you why. The dirt that sticks on his shoe hits the ground before he does. That means that something is holding him back from gravity. That means he's on a string. When he jumped and he saluted, you go and slow that down and you'll watch the dirt fall off of his shoe. You just take XSplit, blow up that part of the screen and look at XSplit. And you'll see that the dirt hits the ground before he hits the ground. That's not possible. It was 1/6 gravity. All right. The moon buggy did not sit there and have a 50-foot rooster tail of dust coming out from the back. There was nothing in order to keep it from doing that. Why? There was no air to slow it down with. So there's something wrong with that photograph. You tell me. All right, people. I do appreciate you being letting me on the show tonight, though, for FTP.
It was nice having you. I'm a little disappointed in my chat tonight.
Don't worry about it. I'm used to it. No, you mean there was something going on? Never mind. No, like I said, I'm used to it in my own channel. Okay, I recognize you went through one of the guys, about 6 of his sock accounts. I seen him went through. But people are doing pretty good. The thing of it is, you got to understand, if you're out here doing this kind of work, there's the audience, and then there's people that just don't care. And those aren't the people that we're trying to impress or reach.
Yeah, I'm not trying
Mark,
to
put the woman backstage.
What is?
Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
But anyway, I do appreciate you having me on. It was good topics tonight. It's a good panel. So
Nothing like a good conversation.
Yeah, it's hard to achieve that. I know it's been difficult, and I know what it's like to get talked over and abused while you're on panel, if that is a thing. But it's not my intention to create an uninviting.
So some people find it entertaining, and some people find that ass hattery and drama entertainment. That's just a thing. There's one thing of having a conversation, having a civil conversation or discussion, or just having a fuck show.
Right.
Well, the thing of it is, one of the biggest things that I've ever done, and if you guys think that going out and facing police are scary, don't mess with NASA. Okay, there's some real weird shit that can happen in your life. And seeing that I sit there and had that debate on a national platform, something like Alex Jones, while he was all in the news for everything else, may not have been a good idea. But nonetheless, yeah, that was some pretty serious trolling I got then.
There
It's
you
not
go.
something
Yeah, I'm sure you and Alex were great friends.
No, we weren't. But I will tell you the reports that he made on the moon that he went out and verified, he got from us.
And Alex were great
from our debate.
No, we weren't.
I know that for a fact. That was one of his biggest draws for his show, and we were.
Yeah, I'm gonna claim bullshit.
No, it was. No, go ahead. Go over there. You'll find it. If there's anything left of it, planetinfowars.com. You can find it in the Wayback Machine, I'm sure. And then I used to write for Cop Block too. Look up Beware Mouse and Cop Block, specifically Training of America. Might find out a little bit more about me, I guess. Like I said, it's kind of weird that these people haven't been able to find these things or realize I've been in this for 20 years. You know, so.
Well, I think that on some level, Mouse, you've brought that upon yourself.
Well, yeah, but you know something? It gave me an education nobody else got. I mean, yeah, they're saying, I mean, someone sat there and said I should apologize for calling her a name. I'm sorry, I've had so much more knowledge of her than what I care to have, first of all. The knowledge is not good. Her history is not good. I didn't find out enough of it until a long time later. And at any rate, it's just one of the hazards, man. Just one of the hazards of sticking it out, you know. But I've had to deal with it. I raised the radio station. I had the Battle of the Bands. Okay. I did rebuild my construction company after a while. I was one of the lead customizers in Will County. Okay. I was happy with where I was. And this detective took it away. And that led to finding other documents and other omissions, loud omissions in documentation. And then I started actually wondering what the hell is going on here because nothing matched up. That's the reason why I told Desert Sentinel in order to go out and get those records. Because if he can find any of those affidavits that's supposed to be there, but all of a sudden wasn't, that would take the cake.
You know, Mouse, I would love to hear more of this story, but for me to be considering anything that you have to say about it is credible, dude, I would have to see what the fucking chart registry looked like as you were strapped up to a machine.
No, you don't. All you have to do is decide whether or not it is appropriate to throw away a trash can.
Mouse, you can clear. You could clear all of it away, dude. You could clear every misconception.
You
could fucking rub it in everyone's face, and all you would have to do.
The police did it for you. I don't have to prove myself. I can prove the fact that the accusation is wrong.
I will pay for it, Mouse. You can sit in the chair and just prove it right then and there.
Look, I'm not interested.
I'm trying to hook you up. I'm trying to hook you up, dude.
No, it ain't. I've already had him.
Sure, this is a way. This is a way to vindicate you.
There was already a lie detector on this matter.
Well, so this is my thing, Mouse. Is that there's only two people that you can't lie to.
Now there could be one.
Okay?
There could be
One's
one.
God, the other's yourself.
Oh man, that's correct.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm on some bro. You could strap up in the chair, bro. We could absolutely.
Dude, that has nothing to do with it.
You could tell your story. I won't ask you a single question.
It doesn't have anything to do with it. And you go get the original lie detector test because that's what I'm looking for.
I'll tell you what.
You get
your hands on it. You get your hands on it, dude.
I would love those things. You know that it's not worth a damn after so long.
I'll tell you what. Take some time, get whatever evidence you need to get together, and then present your evidence on my channel. I'd love to see that too.
It's a lack of evidence, dude.
Okay, so
did you enter the property over there at the CDC? Yes or no?
Nope.
Okay. And so why did you break the door on the CDC?
That's funny.
That's what you're asking
Mouse,
me. So that's what you're
Mouse,
freaking asking me. That's what you're
not.
freaking asking me.
No,
fact
Mouse,
that
that's
one
not at
thing has
all
to
what
do
I'm
with-
asking you.
Yes, it is. Because
Mouse, if they asked me
everything
to
is
strap
already
up to
there.
a lie detector test and tell my story around the CDC
Dude.
to see if I was telling the truth or not, I would.
Dude, that's not what
I would
trying
do
to
it.
point out here. That's not the point.
Well,
what
that's what I'm trying
here.
to point. That's what I'm
What
trying to
I'm
point
trying
out.
to
I would
point
be
out
willing to
there is
vindicate
where
myself,
is the
Mouse.
affidavits? Why was that not available? You said that,
Mouse,
I think
if a
you
tree
made
falls
a
in the
comment,
woods and no one's
and
around
you had
to
to
hear
pay
it fall, does it still make
$17,000
noise?
in order to get where you're going, huh? $17,000.
That's what it's going to cost
That
me with
would
all these
normally- that
lawyers
would
until I
normally
buy the
block.
fourth.
Yeah, that would normally sit there and bust somebody.
Well, you know what, Mouse? That's real. Most people
Yeah,
would be
you'd have to
busted by
make the
that. But
decision.
luckily for me,
Yeah, you'd have to.
luckily
You'd have
for
to make
me,
that
dude,
decision.
I pre-book every year, bro.
I guess you'd have to make that decision, huh?
Well, no, you
All
have to
right,
have
I'm
the
out.
financial backing, Mouse.
Yeah, that's right. I'm out.
You hear
I got investors.
Bird, you do hear what Mouse is saying, correct?
I do hear what Mouse is saying. At the same time, it's not about lack of evidence. Okay, so like I said, if a tree falls in the fucking forest and it fucking creaks over, you know, and makes a fucking huge sound, and there's no one to hear it, did it still make a fucking sound? You know what I mean? It's a very simple understanding of just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not true, and just because you say it doesn't make it true. So that being said, dude, if you evaluate things the way I evaluate things, okay, then you would have an understanding of this. A man that is innocent is willing to vindicate himself. Okay, it doesn't mean that he has to prove his fucking, you know, innocence. Okay, at the same time, he would be willing to. You know what I mean? If I was accused of the type of shit that Mouse has been accused of and I was innocent, the first thing I would do is take somebody up on an offer like that and be like, you know what? Sure, I will tell my story and you can evaluate it. You know what I'm saying, bro? Straight up. You're either telling the truth or you're lying. And then the thing is, you know, is that unlike some people, I don't believe that there's two sides of a truth. I believe that the truth is fucking black and white. It is fucking one or the other, right? It's ultimately fucking on this side of the fucking fence or that side of the fence.
Who is it to say what side of the fence it's on?
Truth? It can only be on one side, bro.
Which side is it on?
Well, I would say at that point, you know, we'd have to go back to Desert Sentinels.
Is your truth, Bird, your truth?
No, and see that's where we're getting things twisted. That's a liberal fucking everybody has a different opinion of what truth is. Okay. No, I'm telling you right now that it's very, very simple. Okay. I'll give you an example. Okay. If someone walked into my house,
you at face value when you say that you got hemmed up for the CDC stuff, you had it all on camera, right?
Absolutely.
So I believe you. And then when you said you came home and you said they did this, and this to me in the jail.
Yep.
And it was such a leap to believe that over a trespassing that they would do that to you or to somebody.
That it was hard to believe that it happened.
That it was hard to believe that it happened. So you get
absolutely.
How many people come out and they say, well, I got to see a video. Well, I want to see a video.
Yeah, but see, that's back to my point, though. Truth is truth, right? So when I came out, my story was the same fucking day two as it fucking was day 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and as it is today.
Okay, and what if that video would have went missing? What if the only evidence you had just went poof, gone in the wind, and all of a sudden that booking photo never or that.
Okay, now you just made my point behind what Mouse had said. Think about it.
I think that if you're innocent, why are they still charging you with the crime? So now do you
So
my point?
when I understand that sometimes the best defense for a wrongful arrest or an officer's indiscretion, okay, is oftentimes to criminalize he is offended against. Now I understand that, okay? At the same time, we typically see this when these crimes are victimless, when the arrests are contempt of cop, okay? When you have crimes that have victims, you have to also evaluate things like, Desert Sentinel brought to the table the other day. It's a very interesting situation, and I'm not out I'm not out to ridicule the guy right now, but I am on some. He has the ability to vindicate himself. If he's innocent, it would be intelligent to do so. Press a 1 in the chat if you agree. Press a 2 if you don't.
Got my 1.
If and when
Hey, Mark.
he decides to speak, that is up to him.
Yeah.
And
hey, Mark.
Yes.
You want to clarify to 69 in the chat why somebody lost their wrench tonight?
Yes, I would like to say that I take a stance. Certain things are allowed and certain things will not be said going forward. Those who are not understanding, learning, don't understand the way that I want my chat run. Okay, we've done it a certain way for a year, and I think it's time for a different direction. Now,
I think I've been very accommodating to that with Mouse on the panel, especially tonight.
I think it was in regards to the unblocking the actions of another moderator.
Correct, that too. No,
but I'm still with I could be on this one, guys. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I just, she made a nice little video and put it up.
There's
with
no
the
purpose to unhide who is hidden. No purpose. That was totally, I guess I would say, inexcusable, because I've seen other people do that and it has pissed me off immediately, because that means that the word of my mods is not the word. And I thought that I truly trusted you guys to do your jobs. And the problem is it needs to get dealt with. It needs to get done immediately, regardless of who's on the panel. And Bird has kept it pretty classy, 100% classy. So I said pretty classy, and then I said 100%. That kind of went against.
I think I'm shooting 99.9 maybe at this point.
You're there, Bird. You still came up. You still talked. You'll take the criticism, or you'll take what comes with it. You know what? I'll take what comes with it. I'll take the hate. I'll take the dislike. You want to put it on me, then go ahead. You want to stone a motherfucker, stone a motherfucker. But you've heard one side, you've heard the other side, you've heard 16 other sides, and we can still have, I guess, consensual conversation. We don't have to act like barbarians. Bird holding his tongue. He
believe him when he says that.
Tried
believe it
as hard as he could, and I give him. I mean, without Bird, it's not the same show when Bird leaves, and when you don't see Bird, and you don't see Bird on the show. I don't want to have people on the show that are going to scare other people away, but I know a real person, even like Joe Cool, he knows how to still talk. He's smart. These people possess, and they talk about things that are very in-depth. I guess if something is BS and he had to call it out for BS, Bird had to call it out for BS, then he said it. And he's going to be a man, and he's going to say, you know what, that's bullshit. And so I respect that coming from Bird. To be men, to act civilized, and to, I guess, love one another, respect one another, that's what I'm really after. If you can't respect me, you're going to have to go. And I don't know if you need to be timed out 500 minutes, 5 minutes at a time. I don't know if you need to be coerced into it. But I think at this point, my channel can go a different direction.
Yeah.
What you choose for it and what I choose for it's two different things. And we'll see who comes out more on top. We've done the judgmental thing for many, many years in law enforcement. It's always their way or the highway, whatever they say goes. It hasn't worked. And how has it served you? And if it has served you, then why is it falling apart right now? Because I'm seeing a pile of ashes everywhere.
Let me add something, Mark. Let me add something. 69, you did nothing. You said nothing wrong. What I believe you did wrong was unblock somebody who I blocked because they've done something that I saw was wrong. I think that's why Mark took your wrench, is because you decimated what somebody else did as a mod. And I only do what I do because I've had talks with Mark about cleaning up the bullshit in his chat. So you said nothing wrong, 69. Your actions of unblocking somebody was wrong. For whatever rule you want to call that. And I saw the nice little video you put up for a minute. You know, that's real nice. You want to take other people's content and use it for yours. But, you know, that's how you roll. That's all I had to say, Mark. Thank you.
It makes sense to me. I think in the respect aspect, someone that respects my channel, I totally get what you said. Your next couple comments of that you've been here since 5 subscribers. I understand when I started, you were here. And
I was here when you started this bitch.
Many were, and many are, and many seen, and many came over even from another channel.
69, and you know, I got face to come up on a panel and say something instead of hide in chat. You know, but you can hide in chat and be a keyboard warrior or something. I don't know what you are, but you know, I thought you was a pretty decent person. But you know, I've been wrong about people before. You ain't the first. If you think it's okay for somebody to come in here with character assassinational comments and fuck up and distract a chat, you're a real quality mod in yourself.
And that's a failure on my part, Rob. If I don't represent my channel,
well, Mark. Now, as I told you with my wrenches in my channel, my mods have directions and instructions of what to do with those wrenches. Those wrenches are not given out like bubble gum and bumper stickers. Only chosen few get those wrenches. But anyway, this is your show. These are just my suggestions on, you know, having a decent show.
Well,
I'm not taking over your panel. I'm just a friend with some good suggestions for you, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, I got all day to hear you tell me I'm wrong.
No, we all have our own channels, right? And we all.
Yeah. If you wanna have Jerry Springer shit show panels, cool. That's the kind of show you want to do.
Yeah, but then would Too Tall come around?
You know, and you know, we've had a talk
here with our show.
You came to me and you was telling me about you know, you're getting tired of all the asshattery and the bullshit. And hey, you know, you got to fucking take out the trash. And the trash is the bullshit of the comments and the people that bring bullshit conversations to decimate your show.
Yeah, I don't need the bullshit comments.
I don't come into your house talking shit on your fucking guest. Why would you come into somebody's live stream and talk shit? You know, this is a motherfucker's house. Their live streams. You know, we're doing what we're doing in an effort to have a civil and decent conversation. That's what some of us are out to do. Some of us are just out here to talk shit on a motherfucker. Some of them are even willing to pick up other people's shit and talk. And you know what? They've opened their doors to slander and libel cases. And, it's my tradition that somebody films their adventure when they come to court for their slander and libel conversations. But, bullshit.
Liberty.
You don't take out the trash, it starts stinking up the room.
Hey, going to Torre FTP. Hey, everybody in chat.
Now, how the fuck did I defame? Two Peoples, why don't you come up and talk? How did I defame 69? I didn't say shit about 69, other than she lost her rent, I think, because of her actions as a mod. And I think Mark explained to it. I didn't say shit to fucking, rewind the tape. Tell me where I said something about her, other than tell her to fuck off as she told me to fuck off. You act like a lady, you get treated like a lady.
Respect, both ways.
And hey, if a woman can tell me to fuck off, I can damn sure tell her to fuck off.
Vicious. I like 69 man.
I do too, but that was just wrong. Somebody gets blocked for their panty sniffing comments and stuff, and then she goes unblocking them.
That's not okay.
She allows that kind of conversation. She allows somebody to be assassinated while they're up on a panel. Fuck that.
Again, it's all up to the respect. Who's commanding the respect? Who wants the respect? What do you do in my chat? So
it ain't so much as demanding and commanding respect, but it's taking out the bullshit.
You don't deserve that, too tall. That's right. Say it for you.
Now, if we go back to when and where, I had an opinion about a legal case on a video. Next thing you know, I'm a supporter and defender of child molesters. I'm a panty sniffer. Hey, all I had an opinion about a video I saw on YouTube. And you see what kind of shit I get for that opinion. Fuck that, and fuck the person that started it. And any of these other asshats and fuckleberries and whatnots wants to pick up that shit and sling it. Hey, there's room in the courtroom for their asses too for slander and libel. So set yourself up for the fall.
And I hope that when you
free speech does not give carte blanche to slander and libel. Stupid fucks.
I hope that
even in a public space. So, enough of that bullshit.
Oh, that isn't the link. I stuck the wrong link out there. Whoops. That was the video. Let me see if I can delete that one.
Do I got a layer? Yeah, I got a layer. Yep. But anyway, enough of that bullshit. Maybe it's time for a Fuckleberry to go fly a kite. I don't know about you, but I'm about ready for a root beer float.
Yeah, it's time for a relaxing night, and it is getting late, believe it or not.
I just
what does he got over there? He's got a whole bunch of little bit of everything. Wow. You better tone it down.
Bird, yeah. You got any of that J&B up in there? I think I could use a double snort of some scotch.
Yeah. I can see my bottle on the right. Go back. On the right.
I'm not even sure if I got anything left in my jug.
Here you guys go. This is where it's at. You want to drink like the bird?
I got a dribble.
The fighting cock.
Oh
part-
man, that's the good stuff there. Fighting cock.
103 proof.
Oh shit! Hey,
Oh, mate, I had a drinking night with
another
Daz the other
hey.
night. Had a drinking night. I had a drinking night with Daz the other night. This was 3/4 of a bottle. I've nearly emptied it. Who's got someone's got their Google open. Someone's got Google open.
I'm thinking about selling some of my art. You guys want to help me auction off some shit?
Oh, mate, it's hard enough for me to do it. I'll give mine away eventually.
Turtles.
Friends. That looks good, mate. Looks good. Who's got their Google page open? Miami? No.
Welcome. 69.
I think I'm gonna dump this one too.
That looks nice. Is that made out of clay?
No, that's made out of wood, bro.
I was looking at thinking, that's not a painting.
No, but I got some paintings
Right.
too. You want some paintings?
I've seen you do yours, mate. Yeah. I love doing painting. I'm a bit of a painter myself. That looks nice. Nice big wall for it.
This one's got diamonds in it.
I've seen you doing that. I think I've seen you start that one. Well, who's
Yeah, that was a long
who's
time
got their
ago.
page open? I can hear myself
Hey,
talking.
Mark, can you put Bird on big screen?
Who's still got it on?
Boom. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, those are pretty vicious.
Yeah, nice. There he is. Look out.
There you go.
That's nice. Yeah, good stuff.
Yes, texture and stuff.
303 in
Diamond's
the
pretty
house.
sweet.
Whoop whoop.
Boom. That's a big motherfucker right there.
Yeah.
Shit takes
I'll
up
tell
the
you
whole
what,
wall.
it costs you a fortune just now over here for the fucking canvases. It's so expensive compared to
Yeah.
5 years ago. It was cheap as.
Fuck, man.
I got a ton more outside too. You want to see some other shit? I got some more shit out there. I got these ones over here too.
Oh yeah, nice.
Okay.
Cheers. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, shit's everywhere,
Oils
dude.
there too, and they do watercolor as well, or just oils.
Oils,
Yeah.
oils, more fucking oils.
Yeah.
Oh man, I like them fucking. I like that trim board on your windows, bro.
Right on. Yeah, we got a bunch of crystals and shit in here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, kind of crazy shit.
Fuck, Bird. You're a regular artist.
It's great.
Hey, Bird, what can you do? I've got I've got like 3 coffee cans. You know those the big large coffee can?
Yeah,
I got about 3 of those with raw turquoise in it.
Yeah, always throw them up in the polisher, dude. I got a polisher and shit. You can throw them in.
Can you do something with all that?
Well, I mean, you can always do something with stones, bro. Did you see that I'm embedded 12 carats of emeralds in the handle of a fucking 50 cal fucking
I've seen that.
muzzle
That's
loader.
right. Yeah, it was nice. You made that too.
Yeah. Still haven't worked on the rifle yet. I've been just sitting here looking at it for months.
You got to think about what you're doing first before you start it. Hey.
Let me do some digging, see if I can locate them. I'll bring them with me when I come to Denver next.
There you go. Yeah, we can put them in this right here. So this is my little tumbler.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll shine them all up and make them all spiffy, and then you can have them look like this.
Yeah, I know it. You know, I quit fucking with jewelry. If you can see, this is the last piece I made right there.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about my oil paintings, man. I was supposed to knock out a fucking dope painting for JD Couture, man, and then by the time I was ready to get it on, I was a little late on fucking making shit happen and had to go to work. So,
I
big case of fucking
purified.
whoops.
With who? Did you say
Burton.
Couture?
Couture,
I
yeah,
purified.
JD.
Yeah. Okay.
Burton. I melted and purified some buffalo nickels and made that ring out of it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
That
know who
was a
makes really badass rings is John Felix, man.
Mm.
He makes some dope ass rings. Makers.
Well, 69 has something to say. Something's wrong with the microphone. I don't know. Check your microphone, 69.
It's about to happen. You don't even know.
I don't even know what's going to happen. I just feel sorry for the younger the younger generation is going to have to suffer all this bullshit.
So you know what the quickest way to kill a mouse is? You catch them in these fucking large traps and you get like, you know, anywhere from 2 to 5 at a time. Yeah. And then you fill a bucket, a little 5-gallon bucket. Well, I shouldn't say little, but you know, one of these little ace buckets here, you know what I mean? One of these guys.
Yeah.
You fill it up full of water.
Yep.
And then you take that little box and you stick it in there, and then you just make sure that you take all the bubbles out, because if you don't take the bubbles out, the mouse will struggle, dude. And like they'll even fight, dude. Like you'll see 2 of them fight until one of them dies, and then the one that survives the fight usually is up at the top sucking down the last of the bubbles. Now, a mouse on bubbled air, dude, like very, very little air. I mean, not enough for me and you to even take in a quarter of a breath. A mouse can take these little tiny bubbles, dude, and fucking hold it in, dude, and then make it last for hours. Hours.
We used to catch it. In fact, I didn't know that. We used to catch the suckers in 44-gallon drums, and put a trap on top so they go to reach for cheese, and they miss it, and they fall in the drum half full of water, and they drown. That's when we used to have big fucking plagues of them, though.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to start trapping some squirrels too. So my buddy's got a squirrel trap he's gonna let me borrow. And the great thing about the squirrel trap is that they'll go into the squirrel trap and then they get stuck in there, kind of like, you know, the mice do in this other one. But then I can just relocate them, right? So it has a lift gate, and I can just release them out into the wild versus, you know,
killing their bubbles.
Yeah,
bursting their bubble.
I'll be right back, fellas.
Okay, Too Tall. I don't think I've seen Too Tall sit on the chair right at the front of the computer before. Spun me out. Who's this young looking bloke? Boom. Yeah, I had a night with Daz the other night. We hitting shooters, mate, hitting shots. Ah, fucking, mate, I was pissed. Where you going there, Too Tall? Oh, yeah, what do you got set up there? Where you got going? You're muted, mate, if you're trying to talk. Oh, okay.
Somebody else open up a panel. Joe Cool hasn't been back for a while.
Oh, no. Now, I can always get him for you if you want. I'll get him for you. Yeah. There he is. I'll go and get it. There we go. There he is. Joe.
Hello?
Now we got you.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
I can hear
Yep.
Okay, well, Rob can fuck off. Mark, I've been with you since the damn beginning. I've never disrespected your channel or your chat. I didn't see anything wrong with what that person said, so I don't know what the fuck Rob's talking about. I only unhid him. Rob wants to time him out, but you'd only gone back and unhid the dude. So just because Rob says take my wrench, you take my wrench, that's fucked up.
Do you understand why I did it though?
Yeah, because Mark told you to do it. You didn't say, no, I looked at the message, leave the person hidden. You didn't say that. Rob told you, take my wrench because he said so. Later, he told you after my wrench was gone, he made the comment that I unhid somebody. And I did unhide somebody because I didn't see anything wrong with the comment that was caused the person to be hidden. And you say
now let
don't
me
block
clarify.
people. There's certain people you
clarify
allow to be
something.
blocked. You say don't block people.
Excuse me.
That's the last that I knew on
Let
your
me say
channel.
this. Let me
I'm
say
not
this.
arguing with you, Rob. You can fuck off.
I'm not
I have
arguing.
no
I'm just
respect for you.
clarifying.
The little respect I got left for Mark, I'm giving Mark. I don't want to hear from you.
Well, then shut the fuck up and don't listen.
Anyways, Mark,
As I
I'm
was
talking to
trying
Mark. You
say,
can shut the fuck up. Mark, seriously,
well,
I'm
I'm
going to lose
just
my
adding
shit.
some clarity.
So mute
I
him. I
didn't tell Mark.
was speaking to you.
I didn't tell
Fuck
Mark
off,
to take
Rob.
your wrench.
Fuck
I
off,
didn't tell
Rob,
Mark
I'm
to
telling
take
you.
your wrench.
Don't
I
fucking talk
suggested,
to me, I told you, bitch.
Boo-hoo-hoo, you lost your wrench.
You the
Boo-hoo,
most
go make another
disrespectful.
video.
Oh, I don't give a shit
Go
about
make
the
another
wrench.
video.
It's how I didn't make the video. It was a screen fucking record.
Boo-hoo-hoo.
Kiss my ass, Rob. Anyways, Mark,
Well,
I was speaking to you. You can start muting him before I really lose my shit.
I can't mute him, and
I'm
he
trying
can
to be nice.
ways.
I just wanted to
That's
clarify.
okay. Play that game.
I
Do it
asked
with
Mark
everybody
to
else.
consider.
I'm not trying to talk
I
to
asked
him.
Mark to consider who he gave a wrench
You need to
to.
shut up. I'm speaking to Mark. I'm not
You
speaking
don't
to
tell
you.
me to shut up.
What? Don't fucking speak to me.
Well, no, don't tell. I
Anyways,
asked
Mark,
Mark.
I was speaking to you. Rob,
Go
shut the
ahead.
fuck up. Don't
Keep
talk to me.
talking. No, you shut the fuck up. I'll let you have the floor.
You don't let me do shit. You better get that straight. You don't let me do a damn thing. So anyways, you can keep your wrench if you want, but you might want to think about what I said because I didn't do anything wrong in your damn chat.
I just seen that you.
Now, fuck off, Rob. I'm bouncing.
I
What,
just
Mark?
seen that you unhid somebody. That's all. Right?
Yeah, well, I got the screenshot. There was nothing wrong with what the person said. Normally, you go back and you unhide certain people. I unhid the person. I figured you'd have seen what happened in chat. You'd have looked. If there was a problem, you'd have said it to me. But you didn't say nothing. And Rob was like, take her wrench. Take her wrench. You took the wrench. Then Rob said I unhid someone. The comment that was made is not what Rob said was made. If that comment was made, I missed it, and it was made before I got in your room.
I've just seen other people unhiding people even before you came along.
Yeah, I unhid one person.
I
because
understand.
there was nothing wrong with the comment.
If they're hidden for a reason, like banned. If Rob hid, then I trust his decision on hiding. I don't second guess what Rob's saying, and especially if it's something about Rob.
Well, if it was bothering your channel, I'd have jumped on it. But it was a personal issue between him and that person. So you're just going to continue losing people over because of one person don't like people? Bird's not blocking people in your channel. The other person up here doesn't block people in your channel for personal reasons. That's why he hid the person. Was not wrong with what was said. And all you had to say was let it go.
It's also why I don't read the chat.
But you just, Rob
You know
told
what I
you to
mean?
do
Like, stay
something
out
and
of
you
there.
did it.
what do I want
And
for my
Bird was up here, so
I-
Bird knows it too.
Let me clarify.
I don't want to hear
asked
nothing you
Mark.
got to say. I will
told
sit here and
him
act like a
nothing.
2-year-old and
Shut
say
the fuck
blah
up
blah blah
and
blah
let
blah
me speak
blah
a
blah
minute.
blah blah. Fuck off, Rob.
I can see where.
Don't
And
be
I
waiting
will.
till
I will
talk
act like a
over
2-year-old. I
Fuck
do not
you.
like you. Shut up, because I'm not
So
up
much
here to
for
speak to
civil
you.
conversation.
I don't feel good, and I'm not up here to speak to you.
To answer
Well, then
Taryn
go to
Dixoff's
bed or go to the
question,
hospital if
yes.
you don't feel good.
Mouse was also up here earlier. It was quite interesting.
Well, actually, it's up to FTP.
Well, I'm
what
jumping
the
off.
thing
Mark
is.
ain't got nothing to
Clarify.
say. I said
I
what I
asked
had to
Mark.
say.
I told him nothing. I
Thanks,
asked
Fuck
ma'am.
Mark.
off.
Thanks, ma'am.
Fuck off,
Thanks
you
for
piece
coming
of
up and
shit
clearing
little
it up,
racist
ma'am.
old
If it
fuck.
happens
Fuck off.
again,
Go
Mark,
go make another
FTP, if it
booze
happens again,
video.
mate,
I
they
lost
should
my
actually
rage.
ask you whether they
Rob.
should decide the decision or not. They should come see you first before performing anything like that if it's that bad.
Yeah, well, I'm also on some like love you too tall, but you need to let a woman speak when she's trying to get shit off her chest.
The only thing I wanted to clarify, and again, let me try to clarify. I did not tell Mark to do anything. I merely suggested. Bam. What Mark did with my suggestion is Mark's decision, not mine.
Well, I'm also on some. If we're gonna be objective, dude, and I'm not, and I, out of all people, am not gonna fucking like run my entire campaign and attack on Mouse all night like I really would have liked to.
I mean, hey,
Okay. Then we can show the same etiquette to a woman that comes up in disagreement with your position. I'm just saying she deserves to be heard like everybody else, man.
well, anyway, hope you get feeling better, 69. But anyway, you act like a lady, you get treated like a lady. My apologies.
I appreciate everybody for being on my panel tonight. You guys are the ones that make it what it is. You guys are the ones that make it the show. I honestly can do without the drama going forward.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can get that sense from me that long term there may continue to be a bunch of people getting removed or timed out. I don't want that. I don't want to do that job, but I realize to keep it respectful, that's what it has to be. Bird, I totally understand what you're saying. The way you said it, you can't be biased. So that's kind of what I'm feeling is you expect biased on both sides, but understand this doesn't happen overnight. Somebody wants to jump on the panel for 5 minutes and address something. We know it's going to be a match. You know, I kind of felt like giving a disclaimer like, hey, before you come up here, you know, settle down, take a couple deep breaths. But, you know, I can't say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you try and tell people how they act is how they act. How you conduct yourself is how you conduct yourself. How you've conducted yourself over the last year is just what it is. Regardless of what I've seen or who I wrench and who I've unwrenched over the year and how many ups and downs I've had with it, and trying to give everybody a wrench and let everybody post links and everybody. But, you know, there's always that one person that's posting a link that is bad, or that you don't want to post a link, you know, because it's bad in nature and you don't promote that. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm specialer than everybody else. I let you guys talk. But I'm going to tell you something. It's getting old, dude. You don't know me. I don't think a lot of people know me. I think you underestimate what I'm capable of. I think that many people think their stance is right, and the next guy, hey, who cares? I respect Too Tall Rob. I believe he respects me. I believe he respects Bird. He respects Bruce. There's people that are going to rub each other the wrong way in life and on a panel. But I'm going to tell you this. I can't run a panel without some sort of respect on the panel. I can't. So you got to go. Someone's got to go. And the other thing is the slander doesn't have to continue. That can be taken right out the equation. I can make that go away. Okay, you think that you have the right to commit crimes. But I would say just do it on someone else's panel. Okay? You can leave mine out of it. I don't need to be caught up in the legal bullshit. I'm not worried about the legal bullshit. I haven't been for a year. But I can tell you, you're treading on it wasn't just about one dude, then it became about him, and the attacks just keep going. It's the same people doing the same shit every day. Now, here, you call yourself good. We're going to part ways here, which means you got to go. Because I don't see it the way you see it. I'm not seeing it the way you're seeing it. And if you don't agree with me and you don't support me and you don't want to support me, then fuck you, hit the road. Now that was a little disrespectful. Sometimes a little brash. I guess I don't know how else to say it. You overstep your boundaries. You overstep your boundaries in Emo's room. It gets very old. And I'm not going to put up with it. Does that make sense? I've got Bird has his own channel. I don't come on his channel and then just start disrespecting. I don't do it. I don't the creator part of it is me going out doing cop watches, right? It was never really the StreamYard side of things. I do the StreamYards. I think you guys enjoy the StreamYards, but I think you forget, you get carried away.
Yes. And I came up here because I've been watching all evening. And I have watched many of your videos. And I appreciate everything that you've done. And I'm a pastor, yet I give free speech. That's the reason why I give wrenches to everybody, except for people that just happen to pop in on my channel. But are regulars on my channel, and I know that they are good people, that I show love to everybody, and that they have their First Amendment rights to be able to speak respectfully in a positive way or a negative way. They can agree to disagree. That is my thing. And I've always said, you can agree to disagree. My husband and I, if you ever watch any of my videos, which are on Wednesday nights and Saturday nights, we have things that come up because we don't cover things. We cover things that the news don't cover. But I will tell you one thing. My husband and I have a disagreement a lot of times. Right on our live stream. And I'm not afraid to sit there and say that. But I will tell you one thing. I appreciate what you do, FTP. And I've watched, and I'm sub to you. And I'm sub to Liberty. And I'm sub to Bruce. And I'm sub to Joe Cool. Joe Cool protects me. Joe Cool has come in on and had debates. And it's gotten hot. I will not let anybody sit there and cut anybody down. So long as there is respect between each other and that there is respect with us and there's no threats. That's the only thing I ask. because I'm a rebel pastor.
That is
Thanks,
totally
Joy.
acceptable and makes total sense to me.
Okay.
100%.
And I love watching Too Tall. And I mean, I have videos that I have not put up that are audits. I've only got 2 up. But I have them stored that I've done. Because I will tell you one thing, I do not like the cops. My husband has a problem with that, but he's coming around because he's realizing, especially watching Justin
William?
Yes, I'm sorry. Just because I've had a very long day and night. But yet, News Now Houston, David knows me. I've actually talked to him on the phone. I have talked to him a couple times because I've needed info. And I'm not afraid to ask. And that's what we need to do. We need to come together, because if we don't stand freaking together, guess what the hell is going to happen? We're going to fall apart. And guess what? They're going to walk all over our Constitution.
You're seeing what's happening to them in the street. So if we don't get this right, it's not funny. It's not a game. It's very, very, very serious. And for some reason, it's been made a game. And that's
exactly
the reason that I'm correcting those that I feel need to be corrected. It's usually it's not one's job to correct other people's behavior, but you've watched people try and correct my behavior. You've watched my behavior be out of control.
Yep.
I don't know about you, but do you want to see me on a rant, mad? That doesn't make for a good show.
No, it doesn't. No, we need to stand. If we want our country to be the country that is united and free compared to the world and what's going on, and how people don't understand how the deep dark state is stepping in. And I'm talking really truly. We've got peaceful protesters out there, but yet we've also got corrupt deep state people. I mean, Marlin, the gun manufacturer, was just bought by Soros.
Really?
Yes.
They sell their guns at Walmart. Marlins?
The Marlin guns, yes, yep. And rifles, was just bought by Soros because they don't have the money. Because you know what? This bug is killing our society, and we need to stand together as patriots against what's going on. I am a First and Second Amendment advocate, mainly a Second Amendment advocate. First is second to me. Well, actually third, because God's number one. But Second Amendment, and then that's what holds up for our First Amendment. And if we don't fight for our Second Amendment, and the GOA has got so many things out there right now fighting to sit there and keep our Second Amendment so that we can keep our First Amendment rights. We don't sit there and stand up. And I'm sorry I'm yelling. People, just turn your mics down because I have a loud mouth and I've always been a loud mouth. I'm going to tell you right now, if we don't stand up right now, we are going to lose our Constitution, because there are so many people going against our Constitution, and our rights, and they're stepping all over us. And so many things are going on that you don't even realize. I've got so much documentation that if I put it out, I would be kicked and banned from every social media like Alex Jones has been.
Correct. That's the sad truth, is if we actually put out what we knew, or the beatings that have taken place, or the police brutality that has actually, and I don't know if that's what you're talking about or if it goes deeper than that.
It goes deeper than that. It goes way deeper than that.
Well, when we start getting into, I think I know where you're going with this. And
Agenda 21, 16, 19. If you look into all that stuff there, you start seeing, I mean, my gosh, I even showed the 20 oh my gosh. I can remember the year right now because it was with Britain, when Britain had the Olympics. If you literally look at the stadium, nobody was there when they actually videoed it. Why did they have children? Why did they have beds? Why did they have a syringe with this stupid googly thing coming up out of the bottom of everything underneath the ground and everything? This was back in, I believe, 2012. But I may be wrong. Don't quote me on that. I have to go back and look at it, because my mind is full of so much stuff, and all that stuff that's going on, that was already shown. And if you put an overlay, it looks just like that freaking bug. So I just ask that people open their eyes, open their ears. I'm a rebel pastor. I go into bars. I sit there right beside a freaking person, and I sit there and talk to them, and I pray with them because they start crying because they're looking for something. People need to open their damn eyes, and it's pissing me off. Because you know what? And I'm sorry to sit there and be this way, but I'm starting to stand up because of the fact that I am tired of it. Because you know what? There's going to be a point in time where we're going to, whether you're God believing, whatever, you're atheist, whatever, you need
to get some videos going and send it to the right people, see how you go. It's the only way you're going to change it. That's the politics of it.
Exactly. It's politics, and the biggest thing is the deep state, and it's the EU, and it's the globalists that want to take it over. And when I got the information in regards to Marlin, the organization that makes guns, that was wrong, because I'm a big Second Amendment person. I believe in that. And I live in Northwest Pennsylvania. And I'm telling you, we are one of the biggest hunting states in the world. I'm talking the world. Matter of fact, on the first day, we have the biggest militia and hunters that could take over our country. So people, and I've got a Democratic governor, and we are standing. We're not going to take that BS. People need to stand as freaking patriots and stand together. No matter what color we are, what nationality we are, we all bleed red. That's the reason why when I have my conversations with Joe Cool is awesome, because he is knowledgeable, and him and I can have an intelligent conversation, and yet we can have our disagreements. Yet we still love each other. He protects me and I protect him.
Would you say that there's a purpose for just about everybody?
Yes. There is. There is. so long as it's peaceful. But when they go in and they riot, when I watched Chicago being rioted and Joe was in there and he was sitting there trying to get out of that square area where he was blocked in, my heart ached when I watched that video because I didn't get to see the live stream because I'm looking for things for my Wednesday night and Saturday night show. But yet I didn't see it. I saw it later. And my heart cried out because I care about the people that are in these cities that they call basically sanctuary cities because they need protection. And thing is that there's all this looting. Why is it going on? They're hurting people that actually are making money, that are helping you out because you get to buy from them. They get to sit there and pay into taxes and then turn around and hello, they get to make money. If maybe they want to get and sell something but when they're stealing it, that's wrong. That's wrong in God's eyes, and that's wrong. I'm sorry, the pastor part of me is coming out. That's wrong in God's eyes, and not only that, it's wrong just morally to sit there and steal. You need to stand up, period, and say, I'm not going to do this. They're doing it out of fun. And Joe walked around and he said, I don't want to be a part of this. And he was trying to get out of there. And that man stood in front of the police and said all he was doing was reporting. And that's our First Amendment right. We have the freedom of press. So I'm sorry if I'm being a witch on this right now, but the thing is that I had to jump on because I watched it. I said some things in the chat and I just had to jump up and say, my feelings because, no matter what, I'm going to sit there and be for my brother. My brother and I may have differences at times and even with my husband, but no matter what we cover everything from, and I have people all over the world and I don't have a big channel. I've only got 700 and some people, but I have people all over the world and my chat's not big, but I have people that watch. If you looked at my analytics, if you can see my analytics, they are up there, but people won't say nothing. But I will tell you one thing. I've got people that sit there and they write and they say, you're getting the word out there. You're getting the information out there. Because we start out with prayer, we start out with scripture, and we start out with what the news don't want to really cover. And that's the mainstream media. Because you know what? It needs us as people to go out there and video everything that's going on.
And get the content. Create the content.
Yes. We've got to do it. And if we don't do it, we're going to lose our country. Because this is the only country that's free. And we need to stand up for that country. And if we can't come together and we're divided, then we're going to fall apart. And then we're going to get taken over by the freaking ass deep state. And that's what's going to screw us over. And then guess what? We are going to be like we were, like when Germany and Russia and everybody came together and all that stuff there under Hitler. And that's where we're going to be at. Because you know what? I'm sorry to say, but the Islamic Muslim Brotherhood is going to sit there and take that over under George Soros. And I'm sorry to say that. And if it demonetizes you, I'm sorry. FTP, I'm sorry. But that's The truth. I've got documentation for that. In my emails and all of my descriptions. So if anybody wants to sit there and come after me, they can sit there and come after me. But I will tell you one thing. It is the God honest truth. And I respect and I have watched every one of you guys that have sat there and been up on this panel, or I've seen you up on a panel, and I've been up on a panel with you. Bruce, I've been up with you. Too Tall, I've watched you. I've commented on you. Liberty, I've done that with you. And, Chuck Bronson, all those guys. So I'm
You've
telling
been
you
quite
right now, I've been there.
You've been quite pleasant a guest with me. I've enjoyed your company.
Thank
And
you
I
very
enjoy
much.
your conversation and your shows. I catch them from time to time.
Thank you. God bless.
This stuff here that, there's been some character assassination that's from the past that's coming up in the chat tonight. And that's why some people were getting timed out, and then they keep on and they get blocked and people unblock them, which led to a little bit of shit show. Yeah, Mark's trying to clean up and get away from that bullshit.
I understand that. I mean, I have been on literally
And
channels that
somebody
have 3 or 4 million
hang on,
people.
and then somebody comes up here saying, I tell Mark what to do. No, I merely suggest to Mark what to do. Like take somebody's rent if they're not using it properly. If somebody blocks somebody because of a personal attack for some other bullshit from another time and place up in here, that's the wrong place.
Yep, exactly.
Mark did what he thought he needed to
understand.
do. I just wanted to clarify that for the others that that's why somebody lost their wrenches, because they didn't know how to use it. I used to have some respect for that person until she acted unlike a lady. And you get my respect, but when you lose it, you lost it. And some of these other idiots in the chat, like Sitting Bull, why I'd done blocked him a couple times.
Well, I understand that, but I had to step up because you know what? Enough is enough, because you know what? So many auditors are getting walked all over.
It's one thing. Free, like I said earlier, free speech is free speech. I love it. But free speech is not carte blanche for slander, defamation, and character assassination.
Exactly.
Particularly on a social media platform, especially within YouTube guidelines, and let alone whatever a channel holder permits. If I'm a tyrant because you come up with asshat comments and think your free speech exists in my chat, you're fucking mistaken terribly. And, if somebody didn't see the personal attacks that were reflected upon me that I blocked, and then that person, that's some fuckaberry stuff there in itself. And then they want to come up and I didn't do nothing wrong when you totally did something wrong. And then go make a video about it. Oh, I lost my wrench because Rob told I didn't tell somebody to do it. I suggested. So, there's more important things for me to cry about than losing a wrench in somebody's channel.
Exactly.
It's another thing to interrupt a whole fucking we were having a great show until the asshat comments led to all this, which distracted and, decimated what kind of production Mark was trying to put out tonight. And there again, you need to moderate your moderators. And you need to moderate your chat. That's why they're there. They're tools. They're not bumper stickers and buttons.
Well, that's the reason why in my channel, when people come in on a regular basis, like Chuck Bronson, and they come in on a regular basis, I will make them a moderator because and I put Joe Cool immediately as a moderator because I knew one of my mods would sit there and block him. And they had an argument. And it came to where my husband was sitting on his computer saying, you guys need to calm down. You know, it's respectful chat and you can agree, disagree. Because no matter what, we as humans need to love upon the Lord, and love each other, and come together. Because if we don't, the government is going to freaking ass take us over.
Yeah.
And we need to come together. And, you know, yeah, I made the comment today when my Jeep was being fixed and everything. And my husband's standing right there and another guy. And the guy that I knew, I've known for years, who was in a band and gave me a great big hug because I'm a hugger. Gave me a great big hug. I sat there and said, you know what? F the police. Because I have a problem with the police. Yet my husband has to deal with them because he's got a CDL. So he's sitting there and he's saying, you know, he didn't understand it until I started showing him videos and telling him this is what they're doing. And then he's like, whoa, I didn't realize this. And this is where it came from. And he is slowly understanding where my feelings have been at for the last freaking 5 years. Okay, it's been longer than that, but the 5 years when I got busted for going to a fire call to help a burning, I had what's called a courtesy light. It's a blue light that in Pennsylvania. And everybody stopped and they all waved me on. And I made a turn, a left-hand turn on a red light just as it was changing to green. Because I motioned everybody 3 times to just go. I'll go when it's green. And yet they're like, no, 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 no. And I had nobody in front of me. And it was a one way when I had to make that left turn. And I had a cop stop me. And they said they had enough fire department members there to sit there and fight that fire. It was a bunch of bull because, you know what? All the truck drivers were one person. Because we're a volunteer fire department. We're a huge ass county with very little people. And I had freaking 4 people standing at the end of my driveway. And I lived 350 feet off the road to sit there and get into my vehicle and get there. And when we got there, I had to go up and work as fire police. And I had to train somebody very quickly to sit there and help me close off that upper part of the lane with the fire burning. And they needed those firefighters to sit there and fight that. And that cop sat there and gave me a ticket. And I got freaking 3 points put on my... Do you know that every time I see that cop, I flip him off? But yet there is an awesome lieutenant. So there are good cops and there are bad cops. And that's what I'm against, is the freaking ass bad cops. And I'm sorry, I am a pastor, and I'm sorry for saying what I'm saying, but right now I'm highly ticked off because of the fact that people don't want to sit there and listen, that the fact that there are good police and there are bad police, and there needs to be reform. It doesn't need to be dismantled. It needs to be reformed. They need more training than freaking ass 6 months of training compared to a cosmetologist that needs freaking ass 2 years.
I don't think anybody can put themselves in your shoes. The ones that can totally see where when you're trying to get something done or something's really important and those seconds and those lives matter. And then when a cop comes by and says, nope, I got to write this ticket, and you're in the middle of something important, or you're in the middle of your daughter not being able to breathe, and they're like, well, you can't speed. Okay, but what trumps what, and at what point does it go past their job description? Again, protecting and serving means what? So they either need to follow it and realize that there are going to be those select few that don't have a choice. They have to speed, they have to get to where they're going, they have to do their job as well as everybody that works. You drive a dump truck, but if you only make a load, 2-3 loads, it's that CDL, right?
Right.
They tell you got to be,
Which my husband has. My husband has that, and he gets nailed, you know, and he had right now he's on workers' comp, but the thing is that, yeah, he gets nailed. And it's not because of that. It's because his boss says, you got to put this on this, on this, on this. He's like, no, I can't do all that. And it's like, no, you got to do it. If he doesn't do it, he's going to lose his freaking ass job. And the thing that really got me with that call is that cop sat there and told me after he gave me the ticket, the reason why I gave you that ticket is because I was in Erie, Pennsylvania, and he was sitting there going through a light, and somebody that had a blue light blew through it and hit him and his family. Why are you sitting there taking it out on me because I ran a blue light and everybody stopped at an intersection and they waved me on and I waved them on saying, you go, 3 different times. And he absolutely said, and my daughter heard it because I had her on the phone and went to court with me. And the judge said to take it to the county. I just, for a $25 fine and the additional fees, I just went and did it because I wasn't going to fight in regards to it. But now I wished I would have. I wished I would have had the knowledge I have that now back then, because I would have fought it, because you know what? It got me kicked out of the fire department. And I was a firefighter. I went into buildings just like my husband does. And right now he can't do it, of course. But just saying, we were firefighters. We were the smallest people that could actually get into vehicles. We could go into buildings. My whole family, I'm talking my kids and all, were firefighters. And it got to a point that the president didn't like me, for one. Money was stolen out of our fire department. Prior to it, we were dismantled for almost a year and restarted. We're between 2 counties. So, you want to talk about corruption? Leon Valley, we need to turn around and why don't we look at Chapmanville Volunteer Fire Department in Titusville, Pennsylvania. And ask for their information, which I'm very far away from them. We're out of their county, but we still have
You can file for open records request.
Oh, I'm about ready to go and video their
You can
meetings.
do that by mail.
And
You can take care of that by mail. File an open record request.
Yeah, Judy would love me for that.
Yeah, hey, look at their budget and see where the money goes.
Oh, they always put
It's like a shit stain on the carpet.
Yeah, they put their budget amount out. They put it out there. But the thing is that I know for a fact, and even my son and daughter know, the president has switched money around. So that's what I need to have. But because there's so many different entities inside our fire department, that is different. You know, we have our brigade members, all these different organizations inside the department that and the ladies auxiliary is totally separate, and they're trying to go after the ladies auxiliary. And the ladies auxiliary has asked me to join.
You know, I've had a friend of mine in a fire station back in Missouri, and I went to a few of those barbecues and whatnots out on the back porch of the fire station. It's quite interesting, the public funded barbecues and the women's auxiliary.
Yeah.
I saw it as nothing but abuse of women. Took advantage of.
Exactly. And that's what they're getting. And they've asked me to step in, and I'm like, whoa. Because of the fact I don't want to cause problems.
Kelly, you were saying something there. Let me tell you something, hun. I've had some throat cancers and some things and damage to my voice. That's why I really get frustrated having to yell or repeat myself. We had kind of was bumping heads there a little earlier. I like the good conversations, but your comment about defunding the police. Well, my opinion on that, the police have been overfunded to the point where they can militarize themselves. When I can see, this happened right here in Kansas. I saw a 2-bedroom apartment in a apartment complex of 60 apartments, maybe. Children, all kinds, children, people outside enjoying the barbecue, whatever, I saw 63 police officers show up with 2 MRAP vehicles and swarm and raid an apartment. 63 cops for a man that he had drug dealing charges, was it? He was known to have a gun. Okay, I could see sending a handful of 2 officers out there, but 63, and they had that place surrounded. These guys are sitting there with their automatic weapons, like bin Laden was in the apartment and they were standing guard for anybody that was wanting to come free that person. It was the most overkill, overfunded, fucked up drug bust I ever seen. 2 days later, that boy was out of jail with his gun, charges dismissed. And the one thing I say with that, I'm surprised that the cops did not shoot that man's pit bull when they raided that house.
Oh, somebody would have shot my pit bulls, because I have
what
3.
I saw, they took this man out of the house, a black man, and set him on the concrete steps in front of his apartment while those officers tore up his apartment for 6 hours. This man sat on the porch in the sun in nothing but his underwear, handcuffed, left to sit and bake on that concrete porch. All air conditioner vehicles where they could have contained their prisoner that they felt the need to have 63 cops secure in the area, but just going to take him out and set him on the fucking porch and let him smelt while they search his apartment.
I would have passed
out. They secured
out.
his dog and put it in, they put his dog in a crate and left him and the dog out on that porch in the sun for hours. I would not have done a dog like the police did. They had that dog in a wire crate sitting on that porch. Now, see,
That's wrong.
the reason this all got done, the military are in the condition they are in, is because of all the funding. You need to defund them and rebuild and the only way to unfuck it is tear the
Exactly.
building
I
down
agree with
and
that. And
rebuild it.
that's why I said
So,
they need to reform them.
they need to defund it, restructure the whole thing.
Yep.
You know.
That's a total reform them.
Now, in regards to the protest, hey, I can understand if you busted windows on some public government buildings. I can understand and I can accept and I don't know, support maybe, but I didn't do any spray painting when I was in Denver at the protest. I was there as a
Hi
videographer.
FTP, hi Bird, hi Kelly,
Hang on,
hi
Hank.
Tutal.
Okay,
Hi,
Hank.
Hank.
I can understand, man, when you got demonstration protests, there's going to be some damages. Now, when I was in Nashville, either it was Nashville or Memphis, the courthouse got lit up. I'm not sure how bad it got burned, but I just saw some information on the news, and then I had to go to the video shoot. But, hey, burning down the building, nah. Break a few windows, spray paint the motherfucker, what the fuck? But there's time for some serious fucking change.
Well, there is, but you also got to remember where
you got to take, they got too much money to do what they've been doing. You need to take away the money, take away the shit. There's a thing called posse comitatus, where a government cannot create an army greater than the person it's defending.
That's right.
So if we can't have AK-47s, they have them. If we can't have MRAP vehicles with assault weapons on them, why the fuck can they have them? That's shit for the National Guard, not our police. That's National Guard shit. We have funded the police to where they are a fucking army.
Exactly.
They are law enforcement. They are supposed to arrest us and take us to jail. They are not supposed to shoot us and our fucking dogs in the process of taking us to court.
Yep. I agree. I agree 100%.
And they are terribly, terribly overfunded. If you look at the budgets and the pay of some of these fucking cops. And
you're looking at over $100,000.
And the best thing that's coming out of this is that qualified immunity is getting removed in so many states. That, when a cop fucks up and he fucks up beyond the fucking duties of the office, then he ought to be held personally liable.
Well, I'm going to sit there and say something that maybe a lot of people might get upset, but you know what? Trump signed a thing in regards to the police, and that the immunity is not standing with police that have done wrong. They lose it.
Yeah.
And he signed it.
Excuse me. FTP, I think Bird, if he's been down and out for a while, he might have battery died and he can't get in and take himself out.
No, he just went on me. He just went on me.
Oh, Bird's still there. All right, all right.
Quiet and listening.
Just want to make sure you ain't taking a weed. We figured you either took a weed nap or lost connection.
Turns out the above, we all had it wrong.
FP.
I did some research, Tutal, and I noticed that in USD currency, there is 115, or let's just say 115043. That's 115,043, which equates which equates to in the if you go to the XE of things, it's 2 trillion a year for
Yeah.
one state. For one state. It doesn't matter what it can be 100 police, it can be 1,000 police. They've got that budget.
And Hank, can I ask you where you're from? Is it Australia?
Well, I'm in South Africa.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know where, you know, because I can understand where
So
the
basically, your dollar, $1. I've got currency converter here live. Is now 17 rand.
exactly. We are falling, and we're falling hard. And if we
You guys
don't,
used to be like $20 for $1.
yeah, and our dollar is going to be able to be toilet paper.
Which
Because
is very funny because the Chinese, they're completely disconnected with paper currency. And they went on gold alone, gold stocks.
yeah, because
It's
they
the first time in history, it's the first time in history that an ounce of gold goes for 2,000 US dollars.
exactly. It's just short of.
And now it's climbing. Now it's climbing.
$1,800.
Now it's climbing over 2,000.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I've
know.
got a 15-minute delay on this thing, but at the end of the day, that's not even a lead. Well, this $1. How much do you guys pay for milk? For like a liter of milk?
A liter of beer.
No, milk.
Looking.
Milk. M-I-L-K. Milk. 1 liter. Fresh. Not long life. Fresh. And then I'm going to show you something.
I don't know exactly what.
Where are my papers? Where are the lawsuit papers?
Hey,
Trutal Rob. What a
I
coward.
PG. No,
Hey
just
guys.
roughly.
Trutal Rob is such a fucking coward. I just wanted to ask him where my lawsuit papers are. Hi,
In your
Hank.
back pocket.
How are you? How are you doing, Kelly? The bird.
Greeting.
Hi, FTP. Thanks for bringing me up.
Peachy, love ya.
I love you guys.
Millions of peaches.
Brought you up, but I'm not so sure I like your
Okay, how much do you guys pay in dollars for
I'm
1
sorry. Hold on.
liter of milk?
Hank, hold on just a
1
second,
liter
please.
of milk.
Hank, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What's that, FTP?
I don't know if I like your choice of words there. It was very hostile right away.
What, calling him a coward? Because he jumps off every time I come on a panel. And he's a liar. He's a liar, FTP. He threatens to sue all kinds of people. He's threatened to sue me. He's running his damn mouth. He lies. I just want to ask him a question. He jumps right off. And he says, oh, my attorney doesn't allow me to be on the same panel, which is bullshit. He's a liar. I'm sorry, FTP, but I mean, he is.
But you realize that the fighting gets us nowhere.
I'm not fighting. I'm just asking him a question. But he won't be on panel with me because he's a coward. So as I come up, as I come up, FTP, as you bring me up, he's already Xing out.
Okay, Peachy, I'm in South Africa, right?
And the more I think about it, though, it's like the more I should have known better. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, this right again falls back on me. As
no, it doesn't. It falls on him. It falls on him. I didn't come up here to have a shit show. I missed everything that went on earlier. I'm trying to catch up a little bit, but I've been wanting to ask him that one simple question. He's, and a person, I'm not going to rehash everything. He's a tyrant. He blocks all kinds of people. He's burning bridges everywhere he goes. He threatens lawsuits all over the place. And I just have a question. Where Too Tall Raw, where are the lawsuit papers? If he's going to sue me, then where are the papers? It's just what I wanted to ask, FTP.
We can ask him when he comes back. Maybe he lost signal or something.
But I also understand that it's
he's not coming back.
Subject. This is like going into the past. It's like we got into the Back to the Future machine and we wrote it back. Like
I see what you're saying, but not really, because I'm still waiting on lawsuit papers. So this is the present and or the future with papers are going to come. So when are they going to be coming, Too Tall Rob? That's just my question.
Peachy, do you know penile erectile dysfunction?
Oh my God.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, there's another thing. It starts with senile. Erectile dysfunction.
I got you. That's funny, Hank.
Have some respect, yeah?
I know.
We call them madalas around here.
Look, we both
madalas meaning old people, yeah?
Look, we both of us have done very well with not talking about one another, but at the same time, I'm going to call him out as a liar if I don't receive these lawsuit papers.
Okay, but look.
Okay, how is your
channel?
I will see you then.
Numbers at right now. Let's talk about your channel.
What's that?
Ever since you got famous in Atlanta, you're doing.
Are you famous?
No, that's ridiculous, FTP.
You're famous. You're now the household writer, the household name that
my PT is famous.
Wanted to be. It's like you blew up like me, and I would say you're doing just fine. You don't need the drama.
Trust me, FTP, you did not blow up.
No, my channel did not blow up. And I'm just
no. He said you blew up.
I'm average person
filming.
You're
still alive. You're
filming
good.
it in Atlanta. An average person filming in Atlanta, and that's it. And I got subs from it, but I did what I wanted to do, and that's that. I can't live with what I did in Atlanta, or before that, or it's like what am I doing today? What am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing next week? See.
Oh, I've got slamming.
And it's not an FTP. I didn't just come up here for the drama. I'm just calling him out for the liar that he is. He does not. He is not of good character, and I'm sorry, he is not. To say and do what he did to Mammy, and I'm not saying anything about the wrench, but he is not of good character. Period. And that's my opinion. I didn't come up here to bash him. I came here to ask him about the lawsuit papers. Because where are they, Rod?
I guess I don't really know how else to say this.
I will tell you. Watch under the bridge, please.
Yeah, it is. I'll jump off FTP. I've been with you since the very beginning. You've been with me since the very beginning. We go way back. It's probably been about a year, but it seems like 5 years, right?
But you realize, I realize the exact panel. I can go back and pretty much replay the panel somewhat in my head. I get it, but I don't get it after 6 months.
Look, I kept here to prove a point. What he did to Mammy, he's not a good person. He's a liar. He keeps saying that he's going to sue everyone. What more is there to get, FTP? He's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot, and he's a fucking liar.
But what
more is there to fucking get?
Peachy, are you a graphic or fashion designer?
You're held on to something, and it takes you to that hate takes you to a different place. That's not who you are. That's not who I met.
He's a liar. I have not been hating all this time. I saw what he did to Mammy. He's a tyrant and he's a liar. And if you can support that, then good for you.
Well, me being a pastor,
how many people do I support in the community?
Peachy, may I ask you?
How often do you see me without saying anything or just go in and give someone 99 cents or a little bit of money just to make their day bright, where everybody else is causing drama and you just come in there something? And it breaks up the monotony of what people go through. And when you see the drama, like, I don't think I've ever tried to actually disengage, back down, and just go off in my own little corner and not cause the problems and further agitate them and then get everybody all worked up on both sides so that we can have a really good show, which is just drama, Jerry Springer style, and a Royal Rumble in the streets. I get how it's been. But if I told you that I wanted something different, if I told you that when I look at your channel and when I look at your direction in Atlanta or you're filming and I look up to it, and as to you as a filmer staying silent, and when I go out there, I let myself down a lot, because if I'm cutting down the officers, right or wrong, two rights don't make the wrong.
You know, you invite drama.
FTP,
You invite drama.
FTP, isn't that a sign of respect?
You invite a lot of the drama, but my two biggest is right. Too Tall Rob mentioned lawsuits tonight about suing. So I'm calling, that's one reason why I'm up here. I'm calling him out on that. He keeps saying that he's going to sue people, FTP. Is that right? Is that a good way to be, to say that he's going to continue suing people?
According to, according to previous statements, yes, he did.
I'm calling him out. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm calling him out on his lawsuits.
I have a question for you, Hank.
Yes. No, I'm looking at the previous chat.
You're not as slow as you pretend to be.
Yeah, because I'm reading the chat and I'm talking on the phone.
That cheetah cat of yours is very smart. I like that leopard print on the screen.
It's Karula and Hosanna.
Whatever you just said. Words
Rana
I can't.
and Hosanna.
The most famous leopards on the planet.
Okay, we're all in love with cats. I get that.
Can you answer my question, FTP?
I hate cats, but that is leopards.
Are you going to support someone that continuously says he's going to sue people?
I am going to support whoever and whatever, and I'm going to support their voice as far
as free speech will take you.
Exactly. And if you don't slander, if you don't misspeak, if I've made it abundantly clear to many, many, many people, and I know you haven't been around for a while, but when I have controversial people on the panel, I still want people to respect. If I lose the respect, then I feel like I'm losing my room. I'm
Okay,
driving
so
myself crazy.
so
And
you
I'm
think
not.
it's
No, bro.
okay for
No,
him
bro.
to
Like,
keep
come
to
on.
continue saying he's going to sue people? He's going to sue me. He can't be
Did
on panel
he
with me. He's going to
say
sue me.
anybody's name?
Where are the papers?
Why are
There
you?
are no
Why
papers.
are
There are no
you caught up
documents.
on this though? Do you understand?
Because he's not a good person. He wants to throw out, oh, I'm going to sue, and I'm calling his ass about his ass. I'm calling him out.
Do you have his telephone number?
No.
Hey, what skin do you have in this game? Bro, how big are your cojones right now? Did you just come over from 10th Man's room? Like, let's be honest about this whole deal. Because I feel like Hank led this whole thing up here like it's a train. And I feel like...
Is 10th Man still on YouTube?
I don't know. Like,
This is the first time.
And then you asked me a question, and now we're just asking each other questions.
No, I'm talking about Peachy with two
But
talk
Hank,
because
I've
she
never
seems
heard you
to have
speak
a
like this.
problem.
I've always just heard 1 + 1 = 2.
No, Tutal Rob lost a lot of respect for him because he took up for a federal agent who sniffed a 3-year-old girl's panties not once but twice. He took up and he takes up for Mouse. So yeah.
There's a simple solution for simple problems. And Kelly, I'm going to, I guess, clear the panel. I appreciate you coming on and saying some words of encouragement and keeping it positive.
Thank you.
I
thank you for letting me come up, letting me say what I needed to say. I respect and I love all. And I just want to say that, you know, I just love you all in the Lord. And no matter what, I'm behind the auditing community. And I have done I've got audits that I haven't put up. Only got 2 audits put up, but I have them that I've done. It's over a year old because God led me in a different area, and with my husband in our live stream. So, when people come on, they're going to see something different. And I thank you all for listening to me and listening to what I have to say, because if you start to come on and see what I and my husband have to say, even though we give scripture and we pray, we try to bring the truth about what's going on in the world, in the United States and the world. So I just want to say thank you, FTP, for everything that you've done. And I want to give blessings to everybody. I thank you for everything. And I will step down because, I love you all.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you coming up and spending time with us. And obviously, I don't get a whole lot of biblical talk, so I do appreciate when someone comes in and gives that insight into whatever situation you're in life, and that you can go into the right direction. You can change everything that you've been doing, and you can strive for a little bit better, and a positive message, and spreading that positive message. We don't always have to spread the negative message. The negative can get very, very old, very tiresome, very lengthy.
And that's what our country is going through right now. We're going through a division, and we need to come together. And we need to stop with making it be such a division.
If it seems like work, it's work. And if it seems natural and it's smooth and it just flows and you love to do what you love to do, I mean, and it doesn't hurt anybody else, then it's right.
That's right.
There's a lot of people that, I don't know, I'm not perfect, so I really
I'm so far from perfect. Believe me, I can walk into a bar and sit there, and I can literally sit there and say, okay, I can have a small glass of wine, and I can sit beside somebody, and somebody will start bawling, and I'll talk to them about the Lord, and the next thing you know, I'm giving them a Bible, because I carry Bibles with me in my vehicle. And, it's just a small glass of wine. I am the rebel pastor, is what you want to call me. If you want to call me anything, I'm a rebel pastor.
Well, I appreciate you speaking here tonight, Pastor.
Well, I thank you very much. I love you all with all my heart. I hope you know that. I mean, the people that are on here, I've seen several that are on here that I do know. And I have jumped on, and I just had to, because, I watch you, and I'm kind of the lurker, and I may make one or two comments, or afterwards make a comment in the comment section if you keep it up. But I love you, and I love everybody here. I want you to know that. I really, truly love you all.
And we love you too, vice versa. I'm not going to let you go without saying that. So I hope it's reciprocal both ways, because you see a random person and the amount of positivity that they bring, and love and kindness, and that can be brought. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, it's only God that leads. And Too Tall, I enjoy watching you. And I enjoy watching, I go through and I watch everybody. And there's an echo. Somebody's got their live stream on. But I do love you all. And I hope you know that. That I really, truly do. I mean, ask Joe Cool what I'm like. He knows my heart. I've talked to him many times. Joe Cool will tell you. I've talked to News Now Houston, David. I've talked to Chuck Bronson. So that'll just give you a little bit of insight. And I've emailed others and spoke to others. And my heart is truly there. I'm out there. Anybody wants to come to Northwestern Pennsylvania and sit there and meet up with me, I will gladly step out. I'm not afraid to do it. And when I do it, I believe in my Second Amendment. And if you ever see our shows, you will see we talk about the Second Amendment a lot. It's in every single show. I'm not wanting to plug it on your channel, but I'm just saying that's where my heart stands. Is the Second Amendment is what's going to stand up for our First Amendment. If we lose our second, which Marlin right now has been bought up by Soros, if we don't stand up for it, we're going to lose it. And that means we're going to lose our country. And I'm saying that flat out because I've got documentation of everything. And I can sit there and show it. So, I love you guys. God bless you guys. I'm going to sit there and step down. You guys are a blessing to FTP. Sorry. I don't want to sit there and say it because it's just, if I'm really upset, I try to sit there and not throw the F-bomb. But I do respect you guys and I love you guys. And I'm going to sit there and jump off the panel. So I love you guys. God bless. And I will keep all you auditors, no matter what, in prayer. God bless.
God bless. Well, too tall. It's just the two. And then there was two.